so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket track left, the bomb bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, just that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land under the free, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the U.S. of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Land of the brave, the U.S. of A. Oh, say, just that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land of the free, and the
Morning, everybody. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
This land is hard, this land is mean. This dirt is red from the blood it's seen. Raised on the good book, hand on a gun, never backing down the American sun. I was born from the blood of a working man. Stand and fight for those who can't. I put my hand across my heart even through the hard times. I get chills up my back when I see old glory fly. If this land is hard, this land is mean. This dirt is red from the blood it's seen. Raised on the good book, hand on a gun, never backing down the American sun. I ain't afraid to sweat, I ain't afraid to stand alone for what I believe. Would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. There ain't no man that's gonna take it from me. 'Cause this land is hard, this land is mean. This dirt is red from the blood it's seen. Raised on the good book, hand on a gun, never backing down the American son. We come from the farms and the ranches, the oil field hands, the ones who turn the wrenches. We built these bridges and roads. Yeah, the big rig drivers hauling a load. We're the mason, the cop, the coal miner, the banker, the lawyer, and the firefighter. I'm the man in the shadows who carries a gun. I'm the sheepdog, the American son. I am the American son, never backing down, I ain't never gonna run. I am the American son, never backing down, I ain't never gonna run. I am the American son, never backing down, I ain't never gonna run. I am the American son, I'm gonna take it to my grave when my day is done.
Hey, good morning, everybody. We got Mrs. Metal G Mawing and a Scat Pack Kiss Off. Garrett, Benjamin, Constitutional Carpenter. What's up, guys? Tiger, morning. Make sure I kind of scroll up enough. Miss Teresa, there we go. I think I got most people. Try to catch you as they come in. So, it's Friday morning. Son, I was not going to do this one, I got to say. I even laughed and said it as the thing went off going, if I hadn't set this up before, I probably wouldn't. Son, I don't know what I did. I must have been like in some kind of deep sleep or something. I was laying like that, and then I must have bit down and boy, son, talk about wake your ass up. Top of the morning to you, Lady Smith. Top of the morning. Oh, that's cool, Gmo now. Hey, man, family time. You can't beat that. Oh, man. All right, let's see where we got. Bam, here, and you do this. Does the mic and shit sound okay? Because I don't know. I had the little sound issue yesterday, and I never even asked. I guess y'all can hear me okay, and I don't know. I do got something for you, though. Being this December 29th, 2023, getting close to the end of the year. It's coming. So I just figured, well, here, I'm going to show you this little bitty clip. And then, well, actually, let me tell you a little story that happened on December 29th. Thought this was just kind of a last little short thing. And yes, it's my spectacles. So in this little place called Bastogne on December 29th in 1944, Easy Company was in the same woods it had occupied for 9 days. With the clear weather, the men on OP duty could see Foy below them and Noville across open fields and along the road about 2 kilometers to the north. Shifty Powers came in from an OP to report to First Sergeant Lipton. Sergeant, he said, there's a tree up there toward Noville that wasn't there yesterday. Powers had no binoculars, but Lipton did. Looking through them, Lipton could not see anything unusual, even after Powers pinpointed the spot for him. One reason Lipton had trouble was that the object was not an isolated tree. There were a number of trees along the road in that area. Lipton expressed some doubts, but Powers insisted it had not been there the previous day. Lipton studied the spot with his binoculars. He saw some movement near the tree, and then more movement under another tree around it. Then he saw gun barrels, 88s by their appearance. As they were elevated, and 88s were the basic German anti-aircraft weapon as well as ground artillery piece. Lipton realized that the Germans were putting an anti-aircraft battery in among the trees and had put up the tree Powers spotted as part of their camouflage. Lipton put in a call for a forward artillery observer. When he arrived, he saw what Powers and Lipton had seen. He got on the radio, talking to a battery of 105 millimeters back in Bastogne. When he described the target, he had no trouble getting approval for full battery fire, despite the short supply of artillery ammunition. To zero in on the target, the observer called in for a round on a position he could locate on his map about 300 meters to the right of the trees. One gun fired and hit the target. Then he shifted the aim 300 meters to the left and called for all the battery guns to lay in on the same azimuth and range. When he got a report that all was ready, he had his guns fire for effect, several rounds from each gun. Shells started exploding all around the German position. Lipton watched through his binoculars as the Germans scrambled to get out of there, salvaging what they could of their guns, helping wounded to the rear. Within an hour, the place was deserted. It all happened, Lipton summed up, because Shifty saw a tree almost a mile away that hadn't been there the day before. That's why I titled this, The Tree That Shouldn't Be. And I don't know, I was reading that and somehow it stood out me as paying attention. Just watching for the little things. And that's what kind of got me with that story. The importance of watching the little things. Yeah, you can get distracted with the big shit, but the little shit can change the tide. You just got to watch for the little. And then here, I got you some footage for that. Just a little clip. Can't do too much, because copyright stuff. Sup, Ghost? It's a little over a minute and a half. I don't know. What were you? See, we're waking up our mornings right now. And we're going, man, today sucks. This is all so bad. Where? These dudes were doing this shit in 1944 on this morning. I'm just saying. The proof is in the pudding. Morning, Ghost. Morning, Milkmaid. Yeah, that was their alarm clock. What's up, Rabbit? Look at that. Anyway, there we go. Sorry, my recording style totally sucks. Anyway, I just figured I'd share that. And I would like to point out something, though. I do kind of find it rather, I don't know, cool that I'm sharing this, and the clip that I happened to decide to go ahead and try to record that clip was of a medic, and I show it this morning about the same time that Milkmaid shows up for the show first thing this morning, and it's the day after she gets an email that she passed her fit. So I'm sorry, that's just kind of some cool little tie-ins. What can I say? Morning, Hillside. I just think that's kind of a cool little coincidental. Coinky dink. Thought that was kind of neat. And I just thought I'd share that with you. Like I said, when I first did, I wasn't even going to do anything this morning because if I hadn't already done it, I wouldn't have done it. Um, Milkmate, do you think you got a minute to come up and share your experience? Hey, what's up, DBW? Hey, what's up, Monty? Roger that. Man, if y'all have not seen Hutch's commercials for designs, Ghost Designs, God dang, for Ghost Designs dot shop. The tooth thing is really checking. Then man, y'all got to check out those commercials. That's kind of cracks me up. Whew. And by the way, I saw Scat Pack said something about the blocks and under the house, and I'm just yes, there is a group of people that are going to come down and they're going to gather, but I just they're figuring stuff out. What's up, Huckleberry? So that's the last that had been said. There's a group that wants to come down and they're going to attack the house. Oh yeah, I had to. The video got blocked in all countries from yesterday afternoon. I had to go in there and mute the song. It was an Eagles song. Apparently, whoever has the rights to that said no. Nobody in the world gets to hear that except go to YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Scat. It's still weird. It's still overwhelming. So I just kind of that's why I don't mean to sound flip about it or you know I just I don't know. It's just a weird feeling. It's just one of those things. What's up, Hutch? Yep, I was actually talking about the cool little commercials. You know, we don't want to do the Uyghurs in. Don't make them whoop the Uyghurs. Yep, no worries. Roger that, man. I know, man. Hutch come in first thing this morning. I'm almost like starting to think like, okay, I don't know. Is there something about this Friday? Milkmaid's here first thing. Hutch is here first thing. Ghost is here first thing. Monty's even here first thing. It's kind of like, damn, I don't know, man. Is today the day? Okay. Right, milkmaid. Hey, Hutch, I do want to say, and if Native was here, I would tell him, I do appreciate y'all's show last night. I haven't got a chance to watch all of it. I was watching some, but as we were moving, and how signal comes in and out, so then it would jump. But I want to tell you, just 2 cents. Hell, it probably doesn't even matter, but it's just, I can say it, so I'm going to say it. I liked it because right out the gate, there was opposing opinions, but neither one of you talked and used words to convince the other one they were wrong. And it's like, finally, somebody just kicks around some topics and they just talk and go, I don't know. I think it's hollow. Oh, I don't think it. I mean, it's just there. It's Unfortunately, I didn't have those experiences apparently up here. Most of mine is to convince me how wrong I am. So I just thought that was pretty cool as shit. So I like the way there was right out the gate, you're like, and Native's like, yeah. And so, but it's like a chill conversation, just kick things. That was like the good old days when you could talk about shit, the Bermuda Triangle, fucking Bigfoot, aliens, the moon, whatever. You just kind of kick shit around. It's kind of the campfire kind of talk. And that was so cool to see. I don't get too many of those experiences anymore. What's up, Rocksteady? Good morning. Oh, yes, all messages or live chat. Dang it, just seen I was in dang top chat. Exactly, Hutch. Y'all talked. Neither one of you were like on a mission to do something. It just you were just sharing, and that's what I thought was really good. Top chat mafia. Excuse me. Yeah, I just thought, and I just wanted to point that out. I started to try to type in, but on that, well, whenever I first was watching y'all, I was on the tablet. I can't. There's some things you just apparently can't do, I guess, on a tablet, but the phone I could, but then I can't see shit. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I kind of most of the people that are in here were probably hanging around that and watching. So I just communication, man, communication is so key, and it was just I don't know, it's cool to just watch back and forth. But it's not really a high horse, milkmaid. It's just that it's top chat horse. So it's not that it's really a high horse. It's just that it's the special category. It's kind of like the short bus. Top chat. It's like the short bus. It's not for everybody, but there's always some that ride. So anyway, Hutch, are you awake? You want to come up? And that's another thing. I need to come up with some kind of banner because I hate, and I said this before, I hate just bombarding people with the invites because I don't know. With social issues. There you go, Ghost. Metal, yeah, last I seen count was 147 in chat last night. That's because Native's a smart dude. You know, one thing about I can say with Native is he, his he's just about the information. So most of the time, if he's doing live, then it's information type stuff. Apparently, we're going to be having some little bit of a Christmas today. So, oh man, that's it. I'm just going to let y'all know straight up, dude. Did 24 freaking eggs. boiled them, and peeled every damn one of them, and not one flaw at all 24. Me and the missus were even sitting there kind of going, as we were sitting there knocking them out. It's like, holy crap, man. And we finished, and we were like, you realize that's like the first time ever. We just did 24 eggs and never screw peeled one. And man, that was like a historical moment. And hey, morning, Angela. What's up, ma'am? So what we did is we put the eggs in the pot, filled it up with the water. We brought it to the rolling boil, and then we cut the heat off, left it on the burner, put the lid on it, and let it sit for 20 minutes. Then we took it out, drained the hot water, put some water back up in it, let it sit for about 3 minutes, and then drain that water, and then put a little bit more just to barely cover up the eggs. And I went through and I cracked the eggs and let them sit in there. And then as we started peeling them up and coming up, man, I'm telling you, 24 out of 24, bam. That was like the shiznit. So, yes. Of course, also the bonus side to that is that means later today there's also these nice 2 big platters of deviled eggs in there. And I've already told her, going, well, I don't give a shit who shows up tomorrow. One of these is mine. The other can be shared amongst y'all, because there's the ham and the other shit y'all are going to have that I really can't eat and chew on right now. So by God, the deviled eggs are mine. Man, it just, and I have a nice little bowl of egg salad, which I did not know this until yesterday. It never occurred to me. The missus goes, I'm not sure about egg salad. And I'm like, what? And I didn't realize it, but yeah, I guess most of all the egg salad I've had has been through my mom or something, or a family member. But we got that shit squared away now. But man, I can't wait. So apparently that'll be this afternoon. So this one here, I'm only going to be a few hours. We'll do about 3, and I won't be doing no afternoon thing today. Yeah, I see Mrs. Metal, but y'all don't know is, see, I sent the link. So what the delay is right now is he has to go over to the makeup artist, and he has to get all dollied up and get his base and blush on, so that whenever he comes up on the camera like this, he's all pretty. See, because now he's all pretty.
Don't hate me because you ain't me. You know what I mean?
What's up,
What
man?
up, y'all? I don't have my chat turned on, so hello to anybody who is in live chat.
So you don't have chat up? That means I have to do this little clicking thing on people's comments, doesn't it?
I know it's. I'm sorry that I have to strain your finger muscles so hard.
Hey man, this is Friday. That's my trigger finger. I might need that at any given moment. We don't need to stress it out clicking on mouse buttons and stuff.
Right. This is true. I mean, I could turn the chat on. Important.
Where's his?
I don't think anybody would be. I haven't reached man bun status yet. I'm getting pretty close though. Pretty close.
Dude, I don't know. I've watched some of those, and hey, if you got one, you got one. It's a whatever. So anybody that listens to this, YouTube is getting on my nerves. But dude, I gotta say, I kind of vision that, and I go, dude, that would feel like some shit was stuck to my head if I had my hair pulled up right here and to like some kind of man butt and be like, shit, something's got a hold to the back of my head. What the hell? Feel like
even
some kind of
in the 90s, before I took a state vacation, my hair was down to my shoulders, and I was trying to think back the other day because I was clowning on somebody, and even when I had like actual long hair, I don't remember ever seeing a man bun on anything other than a samurai or an Asian. You know what I mean? So it's
No, it's just a ponytail. If you had it, you might put it in a ponytail, dangle it back there if you were doing something. But you never saw nobody tie it.
right. That's like a hipster thing. It's crazy.
Man, that was a pretty cool show y'all did last night.
I mean, you can't go wrong on a native live. It happens so rarely that it's like seeing a unicorn or Bigfoot.
You're so impressed and in awe. It's like it doesn't matter what gets said. Just it's native.
That's one thing about native is going on a little over 3 years now that I've been messing with the original fellas, and native's always had that cool, calm temperament where he's a borderline serial killer. You know what I mean, I've been in some drama and some beefs, and native had my back when we had to get up and cuss people out and let people know reality of the situation. Yeah, native is one of the most solid sons of bitches I have met in my life, not just on YouTube, but in my life. That dude is legit.
Morning, Dusty.
What up, Dusty? What kind of shirt? Yeah. Well, let me hold on. Is Dusty a male or a female? Can we
Female.
clarify this now? Okay. 'Cause I've been calling you brother for a couple months now, so I have been misgendering.
Her husband's probably okay with it. I didn't know until Dusty got up on one of my streams one morning and did a walkthrough of her garden and what they were doing and stuff. That's how I can say that.
Oh yeah. Well, ma'am, what shirt did you get?
Oh, that's right. She won the little drawing at the end. See, I glitched out too. About the time that Native goes, y'all help me in chat. And I saw the hand. All of a sudden we buffered out and I watched this for the next like 10 minutes. And I'm going, come on, man, there's got to be a signal. I'm just looking at some red writing and a palm in the middle.
I will say, just as a disclaimer, because I've heard it 1,000 times, if you've won something from Ghost, please respond to him in a timely manner. Ain't nobody got time to sit around and wait 3 months for you to answer and get some free shit. Just saying.
Yeah, I gotta say, I heard Ghost bring that up, and I was like, "Come on, man! Y'all win some shit. Y'all can just kind of open up another tab and send it right then."
All right.
I mean, look at all the effort that goes into picking the number.
Right. I had a couple instances where I've done a couple giveaways, and some people have won, but then those people try to make it as complicated as possible to try to get the free shit that they won. And yeah, people in general are fucking assholes. So
what's up, Canadian? My northern brother from another mother.
Yeah, it was when I did a seed giveaway a while back, a couple years ago, and a couple people won. But the one person who won waited a couple months after I had already sent everything to be like, oh, well, I didn't get this and I didn't get this. I'm like, well, I've got the tracking number and all this other shit right here that kind of says you probably did. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not sending you nothing else, motherfucker. You should have told me this like when we had the issue to begin with. But I was like, everything on my side says that you got what you were supposed to get. You trying to con me, woman? Shit. I don't like you like that. People, man. Fucking assholes.
Monty says Dennis Leary, I'm an asshole song. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Yeah, right.
Trying to get my.
Y'all can come down and get your damn snow, Canadian. I ain't wanting this crap.
Yeah, we got some snow on the ground. It's not consistent, but there's enough to see it.
How does that usually look for like you, where you're at? Like, is there a time in the year where you are going to end up with like 5-6 inches of a snow layer out there over all your shit and stuff? And
so far, this will be the 7th winter and the most snow we've ever had was maybe 5 inches, and it lasted for 5 days, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
We get ice. Yeah, we don't get snow for shit. We get ice. At least the whole time I've been here, we've got ice. Very, very little snow.
That's us. We usually get just the ice shit. We just shit'll freeze over and ice up, but the snow every once. Matter of fact, it used to be kind of a running joke, like about one every 7 to 8 years, you might get an inch or two of a snow and have that one or two mornings when you kind of go out and you go, oh, check it out, it's picture perfect, click, click. And it's like, yeah, because for the next 363 days, you're going to just have slosh and mud and one little blip of snow.
Last year we had snow on the biggest snow we had was April 20th on 420. I even did a short about it. We got 4 or 5 inches in less than like 2-3 hours, but the very next day it was all gone. Like that's the kind of winters we get back and forth.
We kind of it's been shit, it's probably been a good 10 years or better. And we had this little half inch, maybe a 1 inch, kind of just this little few white spots, kind of was like, oh wow, check it out. And then it turned into mud. And so that was that. That's usually we just get the icy because it doesn't stay freezing long enough. It dips in and out. So all it does is freeze some shit and throw some hail and ice at you, and then it turns into just a mud slush. And it's like,
well, I mean, that's the same concept as having like a root cellar or something. Like the ground, once you get so far down, the ground is pretty much the same temperature as it was roughly 3 months ago. So yeah, I don't see Texas's ground ever being cold enough to actually hold enough snow.
Yeah. Hillside said they're calling for snow here in northeast Tennessee, maybe an inch, they say.
I was going to load some videos today. I've got a couple videos that are ready for my my premiere stuff, but my Filmora is acting extremely stupid and not letting me use my card to get rid of the watermark. So I'm going to play with that a little bit more over the weekend and see if I can't get rid of that watermark, and then I'll start putting these videos up. But if I can't get rid of it, if it keeps acting stupid, then you guys are just going to get some videos with watermarks in it until I can figure this shit out. Because I can't load anything else to the computer until I get rid of the stuff on there that I've already got. Otherwise, I'm going to keep glitching and delaying and doing all that other shit.
There you go. Hey, morning, Craig.
What's up, Craig?
Good luck at the deer blind, brother. Get some backstrap.
What do you guys got going on today? Anything special? Any special topics or skills or events coming up, or are we just kind of hanging out?
They're just kind of chilling. I do got a little funny since I saw this was a funny little commercial that was put up on the Twitter Villies. So y'all can check this out. It's a 3-minute long little commercial. And since I saw the word corn pop come in, I thought, man, you know what? That's right. Y'all need to see this little funny commercial.
Get your breakfast rolled, people. Don't make me smoke alone. You got 3 minutes. Let's make it happen.
Get your coffee, get your shot glass, twist one, roll one, pack a bowl. You know how this rolls. So check this out. Thought this was funny.
Someone kidnapped Molly.
Corn Pop.
Who's Corn Pop?
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Who's gonna stop him?
I'm the best qualified people for this job.
Tex, you can't go after Corn Pop. He's killed dozens of men.
$1 billion worth. Excuse me. 1,400,000,000,000,000. Or 1,400,740,000,000,000,000,000.
Huh?
200 million people have died. Probably by the time I finish this talk.
That can't be right.
We choose truth over facts.
Whatever. My point is, it's too dangerous. Why do you care so much about stopping Corn Pop?
He poses an existential threat, and he's been stroking violence in our cities. If we were in high school, I'll take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Well, don't go alone. At least take Black Pete with you.
The great Negro of the time.
Thanks. But please don't say it like that.
He looks like LLJ Cool J. The boy's got bigger biceps than my thighs.
Don't call him boy.
I'll help you capture Corn Pop. But I heard he's in Indian territory.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
No, not that type of Indian. And for Black Pete's sake, don't say it like that.
So you think you can stop me just because you teamed up with this kid?
Look, Fat, poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Oh, hey, don't say it like that.
Now hand over Molly.
Oh, I would love to hear, but I do not know what happened to Molly.
You're a lion dog face pony soldier.
Oh, what? I don't know what that means. You know what that means?
New to me.
So, Tex, you got anything you want to say before I kill you?
This is the appropriate place to make the speech I'm about to make.
Yeah, sure, whatever, just go for it.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women created by goat, you know the thing.
Huh?
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. The kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down straight and watch the hair come back up again. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping in my lap. And I love kids jumping in my lap.
Does anybody have any idea what he's talking about?
So you go ahead. You stack spaghetti sauce in a store. And you control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift.
What the heck are you talking about, Tex?
International pressure!
Malarkey, coming soon to one theater in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
I would watch that. I would go to the movie theater to watch that.
Come on, man. That's a Friday morning shit. Y'all know y'all were laughing. Dude, I came across that and I'm like, you got to be shitting me, dude. And then it's done gotten like 1.5 million views. So it took off, dude. Everybody cracking up about that. It's a bunch of malarkey. Corn Pop's one bad dude. Damn, you'd think I played the Corn Pop thing. You'd think Corn Pop would come popping up in the chat right now.
Right. You'd think he'd be grateful for the acknowledgement of his name. No. All up in his shit.
What's up, Hillbilly?
Bill Healy.
I'm now stupider than I started with this morning. Are you? Are you?
But are you entertained?
Yes.
It ain't about getting smarter. It's about entertainment.
Are you not entertained? What's up, Super Dave? The help desk Indian mix-up was good.
A day full of writing today, man. It's gonna suck. That shit's killing my eyeballs. I ain't gonna lie. Bouncing back and forth between the screen and writing and doing all that other crazy stuff. Yeah, it'll make you want to punch your computer. I'm tired of looking at it.
Well, actually, now that you bring that up, Hillbilly, as a matter of fact, sir, as a matter of fact, there was this right here. That is the Secretary of State. Oh, there we go. Now let's see. Can we zoom in it? No, it won't let me do it no bigger on the photo side. Little shits. But yes, it says on December 15th. Apparently, the Secretary of State. I love the way that's worded. I didn't notice the way that started off. It says on December 15th, 2023, I held a hearing. It's like, ooh, I held a hearing. Who gives a shit? says on 3 challenges to the nomination petition of Donald J. Trump for the Republican primary. Let's see, the first 2 challenges, one filed by Mary Ann Royal, the Royal Challenge, and one, the Rosen Challenge, filed by Kimberly Rosen and Tom Savelio and Ethan Strimling, the Roslyn Challengers. Under what Section 3 of the 4th Amendment? So here we go again.
What is this?
Where they're trying to take him off the ballot in Maine. And they're trying to use that 4th Amendment shit, you know, an insurrection.
Are they using the same argument and the same language that Colorado used? Or is this kind of like a domino effect where, hey, we'll word it this way in this state, because we know it's going to get thrown out, but we'll word it this way here. When they throw that up, then another state pops up with different wording, so they have to look at it at a different time. Like, does it seem like the trend is going on? Like, are they just abusing the Supreme Court at this point?
It's the same, dude. It's the same shit as Colorado. So yeah, they're just, I think it's a media, you know, it's to say that, look at what's happening. It's kind of like the charges that they filed, you know, they were just doing that to go, oh, look, and yet nothing ever went through. Because
if Maine is putting, did they do it after Colorado's was turned down, or did they do it during the process?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to look at the actual date. This was here on the 15th. So I guess that would have to be after the Colorado.
Is that this after the Supreme Court? Or, well, we just talked about it the other day. So
this was, well, it was
might not have ruled on it.
Yeah, it was after they filed it, but before the actual ruling, I think, on it.
Okay.
Is kind of what I'll have to look at the date to know precise. But that's there. It's the same thing.
Is there consequences for any state? So say the Supreme Court makes a ruling on something that's federal, but yet people keep trying to do what they ruled was unconstitutional. Is there any fucking consequences for the state's attorneys and all these other people who are doing this dumb shit and wasting the court's time, even though they know that it's already been ruled it's not going to work? Like, is there some kind of legal section for I don't know what the term would be.
Well, it's a good question, because that's kind of what already happened when you think about it in the 2020, because you had state people going against the legislative of the state, you know, and that it's like when the timing of the votes and all that and how open and all. Well, there was already legislative stuff, but those little local courts subverted all that shit. So that's all a bunch of the court battles that have been going on for the last 3 and 4 years because of stuff. So I don't really know where this would fall.
Contempt?
I think this would.
I don't know if contempt would count. Like, could you hold the state?
I mean, I would, just on its face, it would be, you'd say, illegal because it's unconstitutional. And if you have, like, if you don't have the legal authority to make that decision, kind of like what the governor did, you know, he didn't have the authority to actually say, I'm going to make the polling places here and here and here and open this. It was like, no, there's a whole thing. And he just ignored it all. And he happened to have a Democratic judge that would go along with it. And then they played the buffer game and wouldn't go and let it any farther out. That's when they kept doing that no standing kind of shit on every court case. And it was to keep that buffer until he could get in. So this time around, I don't know. I think people are really well aware, but this is the same thing as Colorado. So I think it's smoke and mirrors, because it literally listed and says that I find that the declaration on his candidate consent form is false because he is not qualified to hold office. And then it turns around and literally goes and says, violated his oath of office because he engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States. And it's like, nope.
I'm just trying to see the chess game that they got going on. I mean, rationally, doing it now would make the most sense, because if he gets in, obviously they know the courts are going to whoop that ass. So if you're going to violate the law anyway, you might as well do it now while you're still fighting. Because, I mean, if Trump doesn't win, then everything that they're doing right now is going to stand. So it's one of those 50-50 kind of things. So I understand why they'd be doing it now, because they're desperate. If they don't do it now, he gets in, they know they're all fucked, you know. So
Exactly.
they're fighting for their
'cause-
lives. It's like clawing, like dragging somebody down when you're drowning. You know what I mean? You're just grasping for anything you can get at this point.
Well, I will say that because when you it's like the tax thing for Hunter, see, when they finally were able to get to that part, well, there was already some that had already fallen off because of the statute of limitations. And then now that's become the thing is, well, why have you intentionally delayed that past that? And it's like, oh, well, we didn't really, we dropped the pencil. It just took, 3 years to pick it up. That's all. And so that shit's happening. So I kind of wonder if they're not trying to bog the system down because, dude, they're just trying to make it to November. They gotta get past this next little election cycle, rather, however they try to sell this. But they know that that's their goal too. It's like ours should be that.
The biggest selling point for the Republican Party is that they're not Joe Biden at this point. Like there's not a whole bunch of people waking up to the Republican Party. It's just a whole bunch of people saying, "Damn, Joe Biden's kind of fucking autistic." You know what I mean? So they're running away from Biden,
that side is.
not running. Yeah. So they're partially awake. So if the Democrats hurry up in the next couple weeks and switch Joe Biden out for somebody else, I'm kind of wondering how many people will revert back to the blue hair ways just because, okay, Biden's not there, and now we're getting back to rational. You know what I mean? Or at least
That'll be a good little bit. Because, dude, you can watch chat to this day. You can still find people that do the whole orange man bad thing. That Trump caused all this division. Trump caused all this, and it's like Trump didn't do shit, dude. The media pumped all that hate. The Democratic Party pumped all that hate. Orange man bad came from an intentional side, with some even this side chiming in because they're like, hey, he's going to screw up our career shit. So there was even the rhinos that chimed in. But when you think about it, there's still a mentality of group of people that they don't see that. They see he caused that. His mean tweets caused all this division across the country. And there's people that are just that mentally limited that they're still there. They're hung up on the skipping record.
That's to say, it's going to be a very interesting year. Like I say, don't be surprised by anything at this point. Like a lot of people there was a lot of feelings whenever Colorado did that shit the first time, and I heard about it the first time. A lot of people were emotional. Why are you surprised? They literally locked the country down. You're surprised that they're trying to rig the courts now? You know what I mean? Don't get mad over shit that's going to happen.
Hey, what's up, Coffee? Morning, man. All righty here, Billy. Don't pull a muscle. What's up, John H? And I will say that's, and that's not trying to be a Debbie Downer. It's just facts are facts. But when you look at it, and that's what I tell her, we talk about it. I'm all for shooting for better. That's a given. But you're not seeing anything on a big scale going forward. That's why I guess, and sometimes I chime in on these little battles so much, because you're not seeing, there's no plants being built. There's no foundries being built. You don't see new businesses popping up all over. I mean, Texas, yeah, we have some good, but it's really a lot of that's rhetoric because it's not what it was 5 years ago, 8 years ago. There's things that got closed down during the whole COVID. Well, they're still closed. They're gone.
That's because you can physically see, like with your own eyeballs, that the Democrat Party is pushing an agenda of culture and not infrastructure or America or anything. Like there's not a single thing that they have done legislatively that has not had some kind of relation or
negative impact.
So you get a stuff like it's all social justice bullshit is the only actual legislation they're doing while taking away actual legislation to begin with. So, you know, they're
More than bug out adventures.
The differences in culture is what causes revolution and civil war and all these other things. So it's like
Turning of the tide causes reactions.
So, right. So it can only be one of two things. It's either full blown intentional or just extreme ignorance. There's no way you would willfully do this. You know what I mean? As thinking, oh, I'm going to make it better. So you're stupid, or you're willfully trying to destroy the country. There can be no gray area when this shift is that big, in my opinion. They want that abortion culture more than they want a freedom culture. They want you to run around with your ass cheeks hanging out and have group orgy sex in the preschool playground and all this other shit for the human rights. It's social justice. We deserve to have conolingus wherever we want to, even if there's children around or old people around. Like, that's the agenda they're trying to push, as if it's something that's sexuality and race are not even close to the same thing. So there's no civil rights for sexuality. If you keep that in your bedroom, then it's business. Nobody knows what you're doing. When you start bringing streets and flaunting it, is when you're trying to make it like you have a right to do all this stuff out in public without consequence, and that's not how it works. Sexuality is not a protected class. It's not a God-given right for you to go and stick your thingy in whatever hole you find is comfortable at the time. That's not how it works. You're not special, people. You're fucking deviants.
I was trying to find this video, man. I should have saved the damn thing. But
I was watching
it was
something
rather interesting. You know that video that y'all showed last night with AOC that Native played and her chiming in? Dude, I saw a video this morning, earlier, a couple hours ago. And I should have saved the damn thing. But dude, it talked about that video, and then it talked about how AOC even got in. And then it shows this lady, and it was, I forget the name of the group, but it was like, I've talked about Soros, and you hear the Soros thing, but you know, a lot of times what it is he's throwing money at these groups and then saying, here, try to do this, try to get that done. That's kind of what, well, they had a party, and I forget the name of this group up there. Dude, they literally took, what do you call that? Like if you're an actor and you go do for the role, what do they call that again? Like when you're trying out for it.
Oh,
Auditions. They literally, and this lady is talking from this group that they formed, you know, Democratic, whatever, that they ran in ads, and then they held auditions, and she was literally picked out of an audition that, yeah, we can use you to sell this. And that shows the corporate take. What's up, Grumpy? John H. Morning. That's what struck me. It was like, there you go. See, there's that big control thing of like, here's some money. I want you to establish a little group in that area, and you start trying to find people to fill those spots. And once again, that's why local matters.
Democrats are smart as shit. They know the psychology and the propaganda and all that shit. So they know that somebody is going to believe and follow a pretty person who speaks good and is clean and all this stereotype clean person. They know people are automatically gonna follow them because they're above average in a few things and in the superficial shit, and that's what attracts people. Just like they're trying to, they've made politicians celebrities, and that's what it is. Yeah. Oh my God, you look so good. You're so entertaining. You know what I mean? Yeah,
it's like a movie. When they do that actor picking, they're actually looking for visuals and they want representation because they're going off of, they want the audience to really, zone in on that character. Well, if you take that into like her, they listen to her babbling shit. She got some boobs. She got a little figure. She got a little thing. You know what? Yeah, we can represent. She'll represent the people in line there. They can connect with her. We'll just let her be the mouthpiece. And that's what they did. That's why the stupid chick says the most retarded shit, because she really has no idea. And then they'll go, you need to say this. Well, she doesn't even know what that means. So it's not like they can tell her how to explain something, because she doesn't even know what the fuck you're talking about to begin with.
And she only won. She got 254,000 votes or something like that. So like a small number in the overall thing of her district. So
that was that little tote that they pulled out from the desk, and they said, she ain't quite got enough. And they said, hold on a minute. Here you go. Now she did.
That's why voting local matters. If people would have came out of the woodworks and voted against that kind of shit, it would have been a different story. Whether they're there or not is irrelevant, but the fact remains the same. How many people do not vote local who are registered voters? One of those kind of deals. It does make a difference. If people would have stepped up, or if they had the opportunity to step up there, then AOC wouldn't even be a thing.
Grumpy cracked me up. I'll have to put that one up. Grumpy cracked me up. He said, you can't wake up and decide your skin color. You can wake up and decide not to.
Right. Exactly.
Sexual persuasion is not a civil right.
Marches in the street. I don't see how we went from a couple years ago, the government, Chipper Gore and all them trying to ban indecency and Playboy and Hustler and rap music, parental advisories on everything, to literally having, stick your penis in this hole flags hanging up all over the White House. It makes no sense, the transition from then to now.
Well, they scream it and bombard you enough of it that, see, they can almost like get a quarter of the people to desensitize right out the gate, because you just don't want to deal with it. Right. It's kind of like, excuse me, older bunch, you throw nudity and they're going to be like, well, that's the way they're treating people. They're throwing so much shit in your face that you're just kind of going, it's like, there you go. Just ignore us while we keep building this shit up. Don't call us out on this. Oh, look at here. We have a guest.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
I can shitty hear you.
Shitty hear me?
It's what it sounded like you said, the way it came out. There was a glitch, and it was like, can you shitty hear me?
Probably works. Hey, Hutch.
Milk.
Hey, man, I'm proud of you, girl. You passed. That is so awesome.
Thank you.
You rock.
When do you start your new career?
In a couple weeks. The academy starts mid-January.
Nice.
So, yeah. I was a nervous freaking wreck yesterday. Holy crap.
Moving on up. Improve that situation.
Working on it.
I got to say, Canadian, I can kind of see that, because I saw what Grumpy was saying, underestimate AOC at your own risk. She is one of the most dangerous politicians in our lifetime. And I get where Grumpy's coming from, but then I get where Canadian, because she's just, that chick is, I've just listened to her say some stupid shit. So you can definitely tell she is handled. And it's like, okay, here's what you need to get on. We need you to do this little TikTok video. You need to.
Yes.
So
she's only saying stupid shit to people like us. To the people that follow her, it makes 100% sense.
Well, yeah.
So, it doesn't have to make sense to us. It can be as stupid to us as it is, but to her and her people, it's 1,000% logical. You know what I mean?
It really does blow my mind that people can be that dumb.
Well, hell, who is the damn dumbass? What is he, a representative dude that talked about, what was it, which island was going to tip over?
Oh, was it
Oh,
It was,
yeah.
yeah, I know which. I can't remember what.
I know. I can't remember
was.
who that was. And I'm thinking, dude, I was floored. I'm like, wait a minute, you're an elected official and you really are what?
Haiti. Was it Haiti? Was it Haiti he was talking about? I think it was Haiti. Haiti or
Haiti's
Puerto
going to
Rico.
tip over.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was one of them tropical island kind of things. I think. Yeah.
I don't think it
Hey,
takes brains to be a congressman. It just takes money and backing and influence.
Yep. Well, it's kind of like I say that for driving. You know, we talk about driver's license, and it's like you laugh and tell her. I've told her this, I think ever since we've known each other. I'm going, the one catch to a driver's license, though, there's no IQ test involved in that. If you had an IQ test with attached to the driver's license, I'm not sure that we would have as many wrecks and accidents and shit as we have.
This is probably true.
Well, I was raised on the highway. I love driving. The last couple of years, I get road rage so damn bad because people don't understand what a turn signal is. People don't know how to turn off the fucking brakes. People don't know what a yield sign means. All this just stupid people. Stupid.
Yeah, it was Guam. There you go, Rabid. Hank Johnson. That's the dude. Where Guam would capsize.
I had a little mini episode of road rage yesterday. It was bad.
Just a little bit?
Well, okay, so I'm on the way to the testing site, right? So I'm already like, my armpits are sweating, like I'm nervous as hell, all of that stuff. I'm trying to get there early so I can study. And you know how, all right, I love truck drivers, right? They're good people. We rely on them, blah, blah, right? Well, except for when they take up both lanes of the highway and they go 40 fucking miles an hour when you can go 70 and then they block it for miles. So I was already pissed off with this tractor trailer, right? Finally get in front of him right before my exit. So I take the exit and then I take a second exit off of that one, right? Where you have to come to a complete stop before you can merge into the next highway because the acceleration lane is like 20 feet or something like that. And that asshole, pardon my French, I'm sorry, but like he got right up, he almost ran into me and then was like pushing me. Really pissed me off. I told Virginia, I was like, I wanted to jump out and go rip him out of the cab by his beard and scream at him, but I didn't.
Yeah, there's truck driving shit. Now I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna sound all the times, but the same way that the Indians and the Pakistanis and those type of people are buying up hotels and gas stations all in every small town across this country. If you haven't seen it, you're not paying attention. It's a real thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They are now in the trucking industry. So the same people, that run the gas stations and in the shitty hotels, those are the same people who are driving trucks now. And right when I stopped driving, it was when that whole big influx started. Company drivers coming from different countries, and it's just like this isn't world's more dangerous roads. Like, you're not in India anymore, dude. Like, learn how to fucking drive in this country.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I remember that too. Whenever I used to do flatbed, you'd pull in some spot and you would find like Haitians or Brazilians or any of those. And dude, they would cut holes in their sleepers because they wouldn't even get out of the truck. They would shit through the hole and it would drop down on the exhaust and it would start reeking and you would have drivers all around bitching because it basically burnt shit smell. But to them, they just, and to think about it, you got to kind of picture this is a semi truck that sometimes has 3 or 4 of them in it because they'll stack 2, 3, and 4 deep because they keep that truck's going to go, buddy. Nope, where you want to go next, and they just keep going. It's something, dude, and it's some nasty shit.
That is
cool. I don't miss that at all.
Literally.
Yeah. Oh, I do have an update. I did a short a while back that touched a few people's feelings about the Z that worked at my grocery store, and because they acknowledged this woman as Z, I refuse to give them another cent. And guess what? Out of all the people, you really think that your little pathetic beer money is going to affect their store? Well, I don't drink, so okay. But yes, it does, because that grocery store is now up for sale because nobody wanted none of that shit. So it works. Your money actually makes it. Pick where you spend it, because yeah, they're less than a year and they're already done. People don't want that dumb shit. No.
Hey, I got
your
two things. So one, Milkmaid Coffee wanted you to know what you passed, and so did Canadian. So if you don't mind saying that, and for the second part, do y'all mind talking about that for about 5 minutes? Maybe give me just 2 to 3 minutes, actually. But I need to rinse my mouth and shit out real quick. I try to stay on top of that.
All right.
I'll be right back.
So, y'all, I passed my national registry for the EMT. So I'm officially certified. Watch out.
Are you certified in just that state, or are you nationwide certified?
So it's kind of complicated. It's a national one, so nationwide, but there are certain states that require something extra, like New York, for example. I was talking to a guy who is a paramedic up there, and he said you have to pass that states too. But I'm in Virginia, so I automatically am certified here as well as nationally. So, yay. You'll have to check out. I'll have to look and see what Missouri and Arkansas look like, whether they have extra things, because I'm still heading that way. I swear. Rapid. Rabid coyote. But yeah, I'm kind of excited about it.
Hell yeah. Are you going to start a career as an EMT, like full-time kind of thing?
Yep, I passed all the stuff for the fire department. It's like a fire rescue. Unfortunately, I mean, I really don't care that much about the fire part. Who knows? Maybe I'll take a liking to it. But the main thing was to do the rescue side of things. So I'll be going to their academy, which they pay me while I'm going through, which is kind of cool. But more money than I've ever made, honestly. So I'm kind of excited about that. But the academy is like 7 months long.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So that kind of.
I mean, I guess that's a good thing. Education. That's it'd be kind of disheartening if it was like, oh, it's only 6 weeks. You're like, what? Yeah, so.
Right. Well, the funny thing is.
Yeah, that ensures that you know what you're doing by the time you get there.
Well, the funny thing is, the first 3 or 4 months is exactly what I just went through. EMT all over again. But I'm already certified, so.
Same thing with college. Yeah, you got to automatically take the same refresher courses, the basics, no matter what kind of thing.
But I figure it won't be a bad thing to keep it fresh, and then I can help the other guys that are going through it.
Oh, yeah. Look at you doing stuff.
I'm trying. It is refreshing though, to have something to work towards. I am a goal-oriented person. I've realized that. If I don't have a goal, I really can get very lazy. It's terrible. I am inside a very lazy person.
You've had a goal for at least 2 years now to get better internet. You still haven't reached that goal yet, so we're still waiting on that.
I do. I have fiber optic now. I can't help that everybody's internet sucks.
Oh, that's right. It's our internet. My bad.
No, I meant the companies, but yeah, we'll go with that.
So are you giving up on your cow fondling now that you're a career woman?
No, I am not. I'm pausing it for a little bit. And I'll be hopefully once I get into a rhythm because this schedule that I have now, or that I will have, is like 5 days a week. And when I get through the academy, it changes. Like I'll have 24-hour shifts, so I'll have to find a cow that can have a calf on her to take care of like when I can't milk them. But I want to get back into that. I miss it so much. I still have the pigs and chickens. Don't have any goats, thank God.
I think we're gonna go sheep shopping here early spring, and I got to refill my chickens and turkey come late spring.
Oh yeah? Sheep are fun. They're just kind of dumb, but they're fun.
I just want to use it as a lawnmower for the field, and I'm going to try to do a small batch of cotton. That way, eventually, I can take some sheep wool and some cotton and mix it together, and kind of make string and fabric type
I
objects.
could see you spinning.
Oh yeah, Mame sent me a PDF on how to make my own loom to make my own.
Ooh. Now that's cool.
Old school Rumpelstiltskin looking kind of thing.
Rumpelstiltskin. Or Penelope, if you want to get really classical.
I'm a man. I don't know who Penelope is. Come on now.
It was Odysseus's wife.
You got to see this. So anybody that has dogs, and I'm sorry to kind of, not really off topic because, well, Milkmaid passed her, EMT shit. So we're talking saving lives in a way. So
Go for it.
The missus showed me this, and this is dog. This is for your dog. And I thought it was kind of like, oh, wow, check that shit out. I mean, I get it. But it shows you how to, and I didn't even realize they had dog dummies, dude, to show how to remove the obstruction in their throat if they're choking.
Oh, I got to see this.
What?
Now, fair warning, I didn't make the damn thing. I have no idea why somebody never realized that the fucking text is actually in reverse. But hey, if you need to, watch it in your damn mirror, I guess. I don't know what the hell they were thinking, but you'll get the concept. But I was like, read that and I'm going, really? So you didn't notice that when you went to post it, that everything was backwards? But so yeah, check this out. So that's a real dog. And then here she's doing a real dog. It's a real German Shepherd that's choking. Look how she's got her thumbs.
Guiding it back up.
Bam. Now they're going to show you on the dummy. This is a dog dummy. I didn't. Let's see.
Right here, and I'm going to go on either side, and I'm pushing down and up. It's like a J stroke. And we can see.
In fact, it's estimated over 200,000 dogs choke every year. The XXT technique worked really well, so you already know that and are ready to save lives. This is a heart-stopping moment as a veterinarian straddles a German Shepherd that's choking to death. Dr. Margaret Hunt climbed on top of the dog at her veterinary clinic, and right away, out pops the obstruction. This life-saving technique she used is called XXT, for external extraction technique. You can see how it works in this training video.
Ball right here, the trachea is right here, and I'm going to go on either side, and I'm pushing down and up. It's like a J stroke. And we can see.
In fact, it's estimated over 200,000 dogs choke every year.
Damn.
That's crazy.
That was a trip, right? She showed me that last night, and I was like, wow, I'll be damned.
I bet that would work for livestock too, like a goat or a sheep.
Well, the way she did that with the thumbs, it's like, well, yeah, that totally makes perfect sense because you're going to get right above the trach, and then you're going to come in on the sides, so you're kind of getting behind the object. You're not going to try to force it straight out. You're going to go down because of the way the throat would go, and then it would pop out. And it was like, wow, check that shit out.
That's a fun little information.
Yeah. Dog tourniquets, Grumpy?
Chuck People sells dog tourniquets.
Chuck Peoples. I've never even heard of that. I wonder if he meant Chewy.
I thought that was just like an emotional response I usually got was to Chuck People, but
That's
Have
pretty
you seen
cool,
that
though.
video of the two neighbors arguing over the dude's got a cat that he left outside. So the cat goes to the neighbor's house. That's it. Like, oh hey kitty, you know, that's it, nice to it. So the neighbor comes out, is like, why are you touching my cat? He's like, it's sitting on my car. Anybody seen that? It's fucking hilarious. At the end of it, he's like, you tell him to go home. You don't touch my cat, you cat pervert. Why are you petting somebody else's animal? Like, what? Yeah, that's good stuff.
Canadian saw it. Huckleberry said he saw it.
I haven't.
Good stuff. It's good stuff.
Oh, there you go. Grumpy said it's Chuck Peoples from Homestead Medical.
Okay. Gotcha. Cat pervert.
That does seem. Have you noticed that that's the trend with all these vegan and PETA freaks? Is that they're trying to say milking a cow is sexually assaulting a cow and
Oh, I saw that.
You talking about the one with Carrie Lake? Dude, Carrie Lake, the chick out of Arizona, she was doing that at some farm thing, and she was down there and she was milking the cow. And somebody asked her about that, you know, it's sexual offense. It was crazy, dude. She just kind of laughed. And I got to say, I love that lady because she doesn't like do any of that anger response. She actually just kind of looks with that inquisitive look and going, are you thinking right? You know, and I love her response. She's a cool lady.
She tell him, she said, go milk a bull.
Yeah.
Gender doesn't matter, go milk a bull. Right.
She is quick. Like, really quick.
She was in their world for what, 2 decades? So she it's like, I know you're bullshit.
What she said,
try it with me.
She was a Democrat until Obama, right? She said Obama is what turned her away from the Democrat Party. So up until that whole time, she was one of them's.
And then this last little bit with the media pushed her out of that. She literally, that's when she left the career, when they started telling her what she could or could not say. And she's like, nope, I'm done. And then she went and said, she's one of those, see, you could wrap her up into a politician category, but I don't think she fits in that. She's different.
I think she is sincere.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the sad thing, is that she had to go through something personally to wake her up, to make her understand the other side of it. I think that's why she's sincere, because she actually felt the bite. You know?
Yeah.
When you're on the receiving end of it, you look at shit differently.
Canadian, I think if she was mailing a bull, the shipping cost would have just not been worth the beef.
It would have been pricey.
That would have been some bullshit.
Little smelly when it arrived. Can you imagine trying to ship a bull?
Yeah, I've seen something about that. Yeah, to where you have to, may I change your diaper now? Get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
Such bullshit.
Dude, you know what? Talking about like with the kids, my grandson, my son actually was, these young kids, man, this younger generation, we got rough roads ahead. Well,
the same.
She apparently put my grandson's mama put him in daycare and never even told my son. So he went to he was going to pick him up that day for his visitation. Oh, you need to get him from daycare. Wait, what? Which daycare? Luckily, the very daycare that he's going to, it's a rename, but it's the same people when my kids went to the daycare when they were little bitty. So it's kind of cool.
Well.
But dude, they're that was one of them good little things. They use these to the benefit, to the positive. So what they do with those little devices, you get updates of every time he eats, every time they change his diaper, every time he takes a nap, when did he lay down, when did he get up. You get, what did my son say? Like every 2 hours, you'll get pictures that are timestamped so you can see. They're totally in the open, man. It's like, yeah, you want to come hang out with your kid. And I thought, this is rock solid. That's cool as shit.
I think it's kind of wild.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I think I'll ask again today to find out for sure, but I think he said $600 a month.
Really? This is going to blow your mind. A friend of ours, he works with my husband, and his wife also works. They pay $2,000 a month for their daycare.
That's ridiculous.
I can believe it.
I was like, what? Like, that's twice my mortgage. Like, that is insane.
There is legislation. I forget which state it's in, but I think they're trying to move it to the federal level to where they want employers to provide daycare benefits the same way they provide insurance benefits. They're trying to make that a mandatory thing, or at least that's some legislation is trying to get pushed through to make that mandatory.
That's going to kill small businesses. I mean, I understand from the point of a person that would be a great perk to have, but can you imagine a business trying to cover that and health insurance and everything else? Like, that's insane.
Yeah, that's how they can squash you. When you control all those elements on the back end, then you can force that leverage on people.
Mm-hmm.
Grumpy said, yesterday someone posted a video charting the rise of wokeism in the media starting in 2012. That shit ain't organic. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Wait, wasn't that about the time?
I don't think it was 2012. Doesn't it go back to 8? The beginning of Obama is kind of when that division shit started.
Wasn't that when they also changed it so that the anti-propaganda law, they repealed it or something with news?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I don't know. It was 2011, 2012 when we really started feeling like we should get land, homestead, prep, all of that stuff. Like
You mean, so you're saying about Obama's second term, you realized that shit was not quite what it appeared to be?
Well, it wasn't really anything to do with politics, honestly. It was just this gut feeling. And my husband and I both got it at the same time, which was strange. We generally we get along and we have very similar goals, but that was really weird that it hit both of us kind of at the same time.
Morning, Eric.
It does make sense.
And I've heard a lot of people say that.
We all know that they wanted, like Hillary was supposed to be there. Trump disrupted things. So imagine how deep the propaganda would have been pushed if Trump never got in and it was Hillary. They did get away with it. Imagine how shitty of a situation we'd be in right now.
Like FEMA camps.
Yeah.
Oh, man, can you imagine? Whew. That woman is evil.
That's why they hate him so much, is because he came in and disrupted, decades of planning. They knew what they were going to be doing about this time. They knew 20 years ago that Hillary was going to be a shoe-in for a certain point and have a certain agenda that she was supposed to be pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, her old man was in. So her old man, when he was in, I forgot which one of the world things that he helped create. I don't know if that was not the Trade Commission, the World Trade Commission, or the World might even be in the economic. It's one of those you look into, and it was Clinton was behind the founding of that. Well, you go, well, shit. She's sitting right there watching this all go down. She's in the groundwork, and it's like, well, you got to wait your turn, And so, and then it starts the little things because the Bushes are as guilty as shit. They're just fucked up. So it's just that's one of those things. And Matter of fact, just to point that out, when I first started this, I think that stream probably is in existence still at the beginning somewhere. But I used to have a signed photo of Bush, and I even burnt the damn thing. I don't think I did it live during the stream. I think I did it and then came and told everybody I did it. But
I remember you saying that. Uh-huh.
But it's
That
just
was
when you
Bush
look at
was
the domino, and you
was
can
it
listen to
the
events, the Haitians, sorry, Hutch, the Haitians that were under the underpass. When you actually go read that story, you'll hear how they were on their way. But then in 16, they went, they got told to stop, and then they had to stay right there. And they waited during the 4 years Trump was there because, see, that wasn't what was supposed to be happening. This border shit would have been happening in 16, and then we would have been going through the 3 years of all the bullshit, where instead we had Trump and everything went pause. And then the minute, and I think that's why they kind of went full stupid, pizza boxes on windows, pushing people out of doors. And it's like, no, we've got to get this through. Because the 16 totally paused them and they had to stop everything. So they had to get him out by 20. Other things would collapse. It's kind of an emotional response right now to me. I mean, I'm not a political guy.
I wonder if
Coffee, I will say I heard that, but I thought that was in a city. Like a city had passed an ordinance that stores there had to offer gender neutral. I don't think it's like business administration stuff.
man, that's some bullshit. You know, and the same people who are pushing that, you know, you've got to ask babies for permission kind of crap are also taking their kids to like tranny drag shows, you know?
Right.
Story time.
I want to know who the hell asked their kid and their kid actually went, yeah, because just about out of all the kids that I've had the pleasure of grabbing ankles and having to pick the ass in the air, I never got the little giggly smile going, yay, thank you. This is what I've been waiting on, Dad. Instead, I got the, hey, man, that's some cold ass shit. Get this shit off my nuts. Hey. So I don't know. I never got the seal of approval, I guess.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Matter of fact, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, just a hint of advice. Cold wipies can get sprayed your ass in the face because it's a reactionary thing. So you might want to make sure some wipies are a little bit warm. Otherwise, make sure the bladder's empty. Otherwise, you might get sprayed.
I've learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
I've been pissed on, shit on, puked on.
You need a COVID box to put the baby in when you change it. That way you just got a little plexiglass thing that you reach.
Oh, kind of like the little sandblasting cabinets.
Yeah.
Raise the lid. We have to put you in. Get the sleeves going.
Like
I used to bundle the wipes in my hand to warm them up first. That really helped.
Oh, now Eric wants to know, how did you do? She passed.
Passed. They don't tell you what your score is. And you know, it's an adaptive test. So like if you get something wrong, they'll ask you a couple more times and in different ways so that they can see if you know it or not. And if you get something right, they'll ask you harder and harder questions. So the test can be either 70 questions or it can be like all the way up to 120. Well, mine stopped at 70 and I was like, oh crap, I flunked something. I just know it. Because you have to get a certain score on every section, not just an overall one. And I was like, I tanked it. How embarrassing. But yeah, I got that email this morning about 5:30. So happy. I passed.
Hey, morning, Echo. Woot, woot.
Good morning.
Oh, and I will say, so Grumpy pointed out the business thing. I hadn't heard about the small businesses. He said small businesses have a new reporting requirement starting January 1st. Businesses under 20 people must list everyone with financial interest in the company. Hadn't heard that, but I did hear something similar to that out of Florida. And that apparently a bunch of election people are in panic mode and they're all resigning today. Currently across the whole state, there's a whole shitload of election people that are resigning because apparently come January 1st, everybody on the election, committee stuff and all that shit has to report their incomes and their assets. Basically,
Oh,
you got to be a little bit more transparent on why you're making so much bank when you're not getting paid to do this public service job. Ooh. And buddy, they're all like starting the bill going, I resign. This is in violation of my privacy. I don't. It's like, wait a minute. Other political people have to do it. Why shouldn't you?
That's because I know it's not a law. Like Trump didn't have to show his tax. It's more of a courtesy. But I think it should be, if you're in public office, you should be audited every single year for your district, and that shit should be made public. That should be just a job requirement.
You're a public servant. So as you're holding that public office, then your shit should be on the table. When you don't want your shit on the table, then get out of public office.
I would say that would go for husbands and wives too, and in some cases even children.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, morning, wizard.
Although they'll sneak and find a new way. I swear.
Right. Rabbit, maybe Wizard wanted to know, what did you like better, the emergencies or the trauma?
Like the medical or the trauma? I saw that comment. I don't know. Like trauma, probably, but that's because I want to learn how to deal with traumas. I mean, there was a reason that I decided to go this route, you know. If things pop off and people need help, my people, I want to have that experience and knowledge, you know. And I was actually talking to another guy the other day trying to figure out how to get oxygen tanks, because that can be like the difference. And most people don't have those, so having that on hand would be ideal, you know.
Yeah. What are those? Are the Inogen ones that's a portable oxygen making tank? Like, so it's got some kind of pump.
Yeah.
You don't have to, it just consistently makes.
That's the shoulder thing. You carry the little compressor with you.
And they have home ones too that you plug into the wall. I hadn't heard of the portable one though.
I've got one of those. I've got the big gray one. Yeah.
Nice. But you can't tank it, can you?
Yeah, I think so. I've actually got a few tanks too.
Look at you.
Yeah, I even got the tank carrier, the little dolly.
Huh. Yeah, see, I need to look into that and see how much it costs and stuff, because I have a feeling it's not that cheap.
No.
But
see, that's one of those things. If you've got Medicaid or Medicare, it might be completely paid for. Call now. Like if you see the commercial and you're on that shit, check it. Even if you don't need it, hey, why not have it if they're going to give it to you free shit?
well, the guy I was talking to, he's up in Alaska, and he was saying that he went to his doctor, and he's pay as you go kind of, I guess. So I don't know how it is with insurance, but he just said, I need it for, you know, an emergency kit. And the doctor wrote him a prescription for the tank.
You can find some in some of these, like the small town actual mom and pop pharmacies, not the big like Walgreens or CVS, but like the Needles Drugs or, you know, shit like that. Like every once in a while, you can still find some portable and some house oxygen machines in those places.
Right.
Oh, and here Rabbit said to make sure your regulator goes up at least
15 liters. Yeah. Well, that's what I was asking him, if it could be adjustable too. Oh. Okay. Good to know.
Tiger says some of the concentrators fill small oxygen tanks. You know, I have to check that big gray one out there.
Respiratory rest.
I know my old man and my stepmom both had the big square oxygen deals that you had to plug into the wall. I don't know what happened to them. I might have to check and see if anybody still got those or if they threw them away. That's
what this one is that my mom had. It's kind of like a big gray box. It just kind of has a little slope face on the front, and you got your little port you plug in, and you plug it in the outlet and hit the pump button. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get your hands on one of those. I mean, the thing with oxygen is like, it can make the difference, at least for some things, like God, I cannot fucking talk. A child who's having a respiratory issue, or maybe somebody who is going through shock.
Is there where do you find the mouthpieces? So
The
like if you
masks?
just got the oxygen tank, is there a mask you can hook straight to the tank and just hold it to your face like that and hold the tank at the same time? Is there I know there's got to be a thing, right?
Yeah, there's just a simple mask where it just flows in, and there's a non-rebreather mask, which has like a bag that hangs down. I don't know if you've seen those before. And they have a tube
Squeeze
that you
ones.
can attach to the tank. Oh,
They
you're
have.
talking about a bag valve, a
Go ahead.
BVM, a bag valve mask, that squeezy thing. That's something different, but you can hook the oxygen in
Yeah.
with that. But that's you breathing for them.
Yeah.
Right. That's
There
more
is
CPR kind of thing.
I'll have to look up because there's. I actually first saw it in the diving thing, but then it's come out onto the responder thing. But it's kind of like those little quick oxygen diving things. It's got the mouthpiece,
the mouth,
and it's got like the an open button, and it's got like the little, just 10 minutes of oxygen kind of thing. But you can get that in there, and then you can hit it. Gives them oxygen right there. I'll find that link.
I'm planning on slowly starting to build my own arsenal of medical supplies, and then that way I have them on hand. Especially if things get expired and people go to throw them out. How does plastic expire? Come on now.
Right.
Don't forget to get your cleaning supplies, though. I will say that. Make sure you clean that shit, your tubes, all that stuff, because you can breathe in some nasty shit after a while if you're a nasty person. So clean your pipes.
I'm just saying I'm a nasty person.
General. Just in general. Not you specifically.
I know. I'm fucking with you.
It's crazy how many respiratory illnesses you can get by just wearing like CPAP or one of those kind of deals. Just because
like by putting diapers on your face for a whole year or something.
Oh yeah, that too. I still see
Crazy
people
how
with
that works.
masks every so often.
I get it.
I seen an old lady at the grocery store the other day. It's been a while since I've seen somebody with a mask. It's mainly tourists around here that wear the masks.
Mm-hmm. Well, there are some people that legitimately it's a good idea for them to wear them, like people with leukemia and that kind of thing, but they're wearing it because of everything, There
was way before this, hell, for years, ever since they came out with those. People around here, you could be driving down the road, you'd see people wearing them because they were mowing, and because Texas is real dry, where our heat, everything gets real dusty and shit. So that's some people do that. Some people just would drive around on the tractor like this because, then some of us are just stupid like me and we don't really give a shit. So we just mow and then we blow out big old dirt boulders out of our nose when we're done. And we figured the rest of our shit just gave us some immunity. So we're good.
Man, sanding wooden floors, like getting that crap off so you can put a new layer down. And my husband would do it without a mask. And I finally looked at him and I was like, are you trying to get pneumonia? Like, seriously, you're being retarded.
Hey, what
Ain't
that
nobody
do to
got
you
time
just
to
makes
get
you
sick.
stronger.
Yeah, that's what he says. And then he got a cold.
Isn't he still here?
Right?
Yeah.
Did he die, though?
Proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, but did he die? He's gotten a little smarter. Like if he asks to go, did I tell you about that when he had a piece of equipment flip over on him and had a collapsed lung? Didn't know it because the dumbass didn't go to the ER even though he broke his collarbone? No? Man, I shouldn't have called him that online. But like, he got into this accident where he flipped a four-wheeler over on top of him and it landed on him. So then he was sore, right? and his shoulder hurt him. And I was like, I think you broke your collarbone. Well, he ignored me. We moved our daughter down to North Carolina, meaning picking up all the heavy stuff and everything. And at one point, my hand slipped when we were carrying this stupidly heavy desk, and it yanked on his shoulder, and he made a noise, which he never does. And I was like, you are in pain. I know you're in pain. So we had an argument that night, and I told him that he needed to go to the ER. Well, the next morning, he took off by himself, all grumpy that he had to go. And he's in there, and it's hours later, and I finally texted him and said, so are you alive? And he goes, well, they did a whole bunch of stuff like x-rays and a CAT scan and all kinds of things. And he goes, yeah, they're about to wheel me in to put a tube in my chest. And I'm like, say what? He had gotten a pneumothorax, and his lung was slowly starting to collapse. So, yeah, when that happens, that's really not good.
The moral of the story is never move anything with Milkmaid, because she will collapse your chest because her little weak lady arm.
Is what I got from it.
Yeah, he would have been fine if you wouldn't have dropped that piece of furniture, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you, it's dangerous living around me.
That's okay, because now she's finally learning how to patch you back up after she fucks you up. So see, it's a good thing now.
Oh, it's a guilt job, huh?
I can't stop from almost killing you, but I can save you if I do.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm fixing to fuck you up, but I'm going to fix you afterwards, so don't worry.
Right?
I'm liking this. I am.
Rabbit said, I think I showed you one of my masks I carry at the meetup. Milkmaid, the self-powered respirator in the hard case.
No, I don't think so. I may not remember. I did have beer, you know.
Morning, Moon.
Hey, Moonchild.
Bug Guy says, if I was required to wear a mask to enter the doctor's office for treatment, I would write on it, false sense of security, FJB, with a sharp marker. Other than that, I would not comply.
Hey, how many people are in Top Chat still? I bet there's at least 5
messages.
Probably all of them.
I would not recommend that, Echo. That's a different. And I could be wrong with the new shit, because it has been a bit since I've been involved in all this. But if I'm not mistaken, the inside lining of the tanks is way different from green breathing oxygen, clean air versus a welding tank.
Is that what is the water bottle that's on your breathing thing? Is that like a filter? Is that what would clean it? Like if you ran like oxygen acetylene tanks, kind of, you know, the big ones, if you ran that through a water filter before you actually paint it in with it,
you could probably fill out in case there was any particles in that.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I'd have to look at that. I know the guy I was talking to about freaking oxygen. He was saying that some of his guys would get oxygen off of tanks like that, I think. But he didn't recommend it.
Well, that's a rabid. You can breathe it. It just isn't sterile. And that's why I mean, it's the lining of that tank. It's different. And so, but hey, man, if you need some air, and that's the only air, any air is better than no air.
Because I got a feeling that there's going to be a lot of fires in cities and houses, and people are going to be surrounded by smoke and nonsense like that for days, if not weeks on end. So oxygen does, I mean, other than the fact that it's flammable and it will blow you to shit if you mess with it, if you do it wrong. But yeah, you know, it seems like a good thing to have if everything around you is on fire and you need to breathe, or you're trying to carry a toddler out of a burning fucking high-rise apartment downstairs. You need to throw a mat on the kid or something. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Fire in the hands of the blue hairs. It's only going to get worse from here on out. So Or if you get
Agreed.
trapped in a building, you get trapped in some rubble, and you got to wait 48 to 72 hours before they can dig you out. You know what I mean? If you got something like that.
Well, hey, how much maintenance has been done on stuff in the last 4 and 5 years? You know, so
you see that
we already went through one
fell
little
apart?
country full of riots. What happens with the next round? There'll be buildings going
Did
up
you see
like
that
timber.
brownstone that collapsed in New York over top of the bodega? It was like a 5-story building, and like 4 stories just completely fell off to the side, everything.
Boom.
No, I didn't, but that's wild.
It was a couple days ago, last week. It was crazy. Nobody got hurt. It was like 6 apartments got affected. Literally, the side of the building fell off and exposed half of the apartments. We got hurt. Right? It was crazy.
Is he just breaking up for me?
No, he's kind of breaking up a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
now who's got bad internet?
I didn't have bad internet.
Yeah, you did. I was listening.
By the way, so Super Dave was making a little funny, but I can't remember exactly which is which, but on the Munchausen's, because he said, do you have Munchausen syndrome?
Yeah, I saw that.
Kind of got on his ass, but which Munchausen's does? Which one is that one?
That's where you make your kid sick.
That's it. Okay.
Because you like the medical attention. Good old Eminem went through that. I actually read a very disturbing book about that once.
So is that what these people are that take their kids to the drag shows and shit? Is that kind of like some kind of perverted Munchausen then? They're living vicariously through their kids, taking them into their perverted realms that they want to be in?
I do believe so. That's a very valid point.
Just grooming. I think they're just trying to sexualize their children.
Well, because when you think about it, dude, they've been doing it as it's built up. You know, you got the little kid beauty pageants and shit. You know, you want to dress them up. You start training them almost like the dog shows. You know, the kid has no life anymore. It's now a stage item for you to go get me attention. So you need to act and dress and be a certain way so I look good.
I had a cousin whose mom did that.
My bad.
Sorry. We're probably overlapping.
Right. It's like the female version of the dad who can't let go of his football career in high school, even though he's 35 years old with a bad back and blown out knees. He still wants to remember when I ran this touchdown? You know, that kind of shit.
Yelling at their kids.
Just trying to live vicariously through their kids because they ain't shit anymore.
It's terrible. I don't know, like,
you have no purpose.
right? Or no ethics.
There you go. Hutch, Rabbit said, sent you a pic of what I have for medical support, Hutch.
Ooh, forward that to me, Hutch.
I got you. Rabbit, before I go spoiling,
permission if Rabbit wants you to see it. Rabbit might not want you to see it. He might have sent that as a private thing just for Hutch to see. Hutch's eyes only. Maybe you're not cleared.
I'm sorry. May I please see the picture, Rabbit?
Holy shit. I just want y'all to know that was recorded to the World Wide Web. The whole world just heard Milkmaid say, please. I'm just going to point that out. Yes, that was time-stamped at 6:55 Central Time.
That's going to be a clip in the upcoming troll video that I'm doing. So just know that.
Oh, you're doing a troll video?
I owe Backwood. Backwood put me in a singlet hugging Nancy Pelosi on the beach with my junk hanging out. I've got to respond.
Was this recently?
No, it's been a while. That's why it's kind of irking at me. It's been a good 2 months.
Oh, slacker.
That sore's been festering a little bit.
We're just letting the rage build.
I'm trying to find the right. I got a hold of you again. Ask Milkmaid for something. She don't mess with people. It's understandable. I got to find an app to make Backwood's backwards and space move that doesn't stall my phone out.
Oh, I
Because
don't know how to do that shit.
He's gonna sing for you guys. He's gonna sing the milkshake song. He's gonna sing the Don't You song.
There you go. You have permission to show her. So just no, you're not worthy. You're not worthy.
Thank you, Rabbit.
I don't know if that's actually Rabbit. That could be a troll. I'm gonna need the permission and the request in triplicate in writing within 5 business days before I can proceed with this request.
Does it have to be carbon so it's authentic?
Yes. No carbon. We use pink, yellow, and blue now.
Damn, that
Yeah,
does
you look
sound
like
like
a pink person.
That sounds like a high-level NARC script there, the Fed script thing. It's like, yeah, you're going to get this, you go fill it, and all of a sudden it's like, no, you're going to need to go talk to this doctor, and you sit down, and I'll be damned, I think that's what those triplets was yellow, blue. I think it was.
Right.
It was a triplicate. I was like, damn. Yeah, there was so much medication apparently down here. I don't know if that's everywhere, but down here you get classified some medicine. Oh, no, you got to go talk to the other doctor, and now you have to do this federal little script shit to go. Matter of fact, when the first time they ever gave me Oxycontin, dude, I had to sit there and listen to some motherfucker for 30 minutes tell me that I did not need to tell anybody I had this, that these were causing home burglaries, that people were being robbed by. I listened to a whole lecture about how addictive Oxycontin was for the public, and that I need to keep that secret. And I took that pill twice and went, well, that's some shit anyway. It doesn't do shit for me. All I do is pass out and wake up even feel worse than I did before. And then it was like, oh my God, you need to bring that in. I'm like, what? Yeah, they actually wanted me to bring the left of the script in. I'm like, no, that's okay. I'm still taking it.
Hell no, I save that stuff.
My old man used to get the oxys, like real name brand oxys. It's through the VA. It was $42 he'd have to pay. Then he'd turn around and 20 minutes later, he'd sell the whole bottle for like $850. He's dead now. Prosecute him if you want to, Fed.
Right.
Boom. Yeah, there
That's
was
okay. They're not going to prosecute him. They're making him vote.
Right. Well, he would have voted for Biden anyway, so bitch.
Oh, there you go.
Right. He was party line, no matter what party line.
Hey, welcome back, Hillbilly.
I'm glad
Hillbilly.
I never got into it. That was the one thing that freaked me out. I never got into it.
What?
The pills, the hydros, and the oxycontins, and all that.
Oh,
when I got in the bike wreck,
bad.
they gave me. It makes me dizzy. I take a half a pill of oxy whenever I got in a bike wreck. So dizzy, I wanted to throw up the whole fucking time. Like, nope, I'll fucking sleep it all. It's not worth it.
Yeah, that was me too. Like I had, I think it was like a Vicodin prescription when I got a crown put on, or something like that. It was after I broke my jaw and I had to get my teeth fixed, and they gave me a prescription and it helped with the pain, but that last one that I took, I was like kind of not really in that much pain, but I was like, I do sleep better. So I took that. Man, I was so nauseous. I wanted to throw up. I was like, oh, I can only take this if I'm in, severe pain. There's no way I could go down that road.
It is not recreational. I don't see how people do shit. Whoa, no. Mm-mm.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Hillbilly's absolutely correct. I did have Percocet after I had a C-section. I have never been so happy in my life. Like, I loved everybody. The world was beautiful. Like, everything was great. And I was like, oh, this is why these are bad.
You need to get another prescription of that, because your attitude right now is extremely lacking.
Oh, really? Why?
I don't know. It just sounded good.
We don't know why. That's why you need the Percocets.
I think he's calling me mean.
You know, Kiss Off has some. There's no way in hell she doesn't have some.
She's gonna
I know, but the catch is, I think Chuck has to give it to her at night when she's asleep, because she won't voluntarily take it. That's why she goes batshit crazy around mid-morning or so. It's the only thing that keeps Chuck alive around the house, probably.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, here, I got you a treat. Kiss off. Take this snack. Don't worry, it's an M&M. There's no pills in it. Sticking sandwiches and shit.
Yeah, Lady Smith, you're right.
Kills
That
organs,
stuff.
which for the dying, perhaps necessity. Well, see, that's, man, I just couldn't. They gave me, I had a whole 1x12 shelf full of all kinds. I can't even remember all the names they would give me. It would be one triplicate script after another, but I'm just not, I haven't, when I kind of got sober and clean and kind of changed that, I just kind of stopped dabbling in all that kind of shit because it's, I don't know, it's just weird. It's like with alcohol, I don't mind a little bit. Now, pills, I don't even, infections, give me antibiotics there. I don't like any of that because you don't get no control. You don't get no say, and I don't like that. That's like, here, put this in your mouth, swallow this. This is what the textbook says should happen, but we're going to find out. And whatever's happening, just ride it out. And I don't like that. And most of the time they would give me shit and I'd be sitting there and I'd be talking to her and it's like, then it would kick in and I'd be going, oh no, I did. And then I'd do that and I'd be here for about an hour and then it's like it'd wear off and it's like, oh shit. And of course, this is right after having my cervical spine replaced half of my shit. So then I'm like, oh crap. Fuck that one. So I'd tell them, here, try this one. Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm done.
Then all I did was smoke. They don't care about the quality of life. Are you alive? Are you still breathing? Boom, that's all that matters. They had my old man on 54 pills a day plus 3 insulin shots. Like, why? What kind of quality
in the name,
of life?
Butch. It's in the name. Treatment. It's a treatment. It's not a fix. It's a treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep coming back. We're going to treat you.
And most of that shit is either you got to take this pill to counteract the side effects from these 2 pills, and then you got to take this pill to counter. You're going to be constipated all the time from taking all these pills. You got to take this pill to fix everything else. It's fucking stupid. The whole thing is fucking stupid.
That's why I like plant medicine. I mean, regular medicine in a pinch can be great for some things, but like to actually take care of your body and get it to the point where it could heal itself, you got to look at your diet and you got to look at, plant-based medicine. I mean, most of them are based on plants anyhow. They just take one component.
Morning, little maple leaf.
Hey, Monique.
See, I don't understand how we got to a spot as a civilization to where a private citizen could not medically treat another private citizen without the government saying, you're not allowed to do that. You're not licensed. Like, why is it the government's job to regulate who can and cannot save your life or apply medical treatment? It makes no sense to me. If you're willing to accept it, then it's your risk to accept. You know what I mean? It's
money. That's one thing the Orange Man did. The Orange Man in the medical thing did the whole right to try. And they didn't like that. They fought him against it. But it was like you get the right to try. Shit, man, if somebody tells you you're going to fucking die in a year, and then you're kind of sitting there and 2 months go by and you and your old lady are sitting there watching and all of a sudden some doctor somewhere goes, been doing this testing, think this might work. Dude, you got like 8 or 9 months left to live. You should have the right to go over there and go, you know what, dude? I'm willing to try that.
Yeah. I knew a girl growing up. She was like about the age of my little sister. So like a couple years younger than me. And she got a brain tumor, right? So they couldn't figure out why her arm would start shaking and stuff like that. Just a little girl. She was about 10 years old, I think. Anyhow, they did surgery on the poor thing. And she had to relearn how to walk. And then they had her on all these steroids. So the little girl gained weight. And then she was all self-conscious about that. Well, none of the stuff was working. The tumor kept growing back. And so they ended up going to Texas. And there was a doctor down there that had like a kind of experimental thing. And nobody would pay for it. And he was fighting the FDA because the FDA wasn't going to allow his treatment. She is still alive today. She is like 30 at this point, 35, something like that. But it was tens of thousands of dollars that they ended up having to pay out of pocket for this thing. But he kept it cheap. you know, for what he had, but still, it was messed
Right.
up.
Like they've got the little co-ops to where you pay like $1,200 a year per person, and that gives you unlimited doctor visits to this private clinic kind of thing, to where they can pretty much do everything up to setting broken bones. Anything
Mm-hmm.
other than that, for you out. But like there's little things like that, but it's still it's good, but the regulation and everybody still has to be licensed and all this other shit. You know what I mean? So it's better than what we have, but it's still not what it should be. But I'm one of those people. I don't believe that healthcare is a human right. I don't think the government should have anything to do with healthcare at all. That should be 1,000% private business. Let the market decide the price. Let the doctor decide if they want an office or if they want to be a traveling doctor and go door to door. You know what I mean? Like, it should all be privatized. That's one of those. Government has no say in your health, and it should not be a right. Healthcare is not a right. You figure it out. If you can pay for it, you pay for it. If you can't, somebody tells you, no, I'm not helping you. Sucks to be you. I mean, you do not
I
deserve.
agree with that.
Right. You know what I
And
mean?
no, hillbilly, we don't need to make steroids legal. That's what the hell. That's part of our male problem right now. We got males that want to go take shit to become some Mr. Universe lookalike type thing, and it's like, man,
Oh,
fuck all that shit.
can I say something real quick?
No, I invited
Well,
you.
I'm going
just to be a visual, ma'am. You're not supposed to speak. You're just supposed
I'm
to be.
not even on screen.
Shush.
PAEMT is in chat. Hey, I meant to text you this morning and let you know that I passed my NREMT. I wanted to
But she
tell him
didn't.
that because
She wasn't going to tell you. She told us earlier. She's like, I was going to call people, but I was like, they'll find out when they find out. Don't let her lie.
you're such a dick. I did not say that.
Yep, you
But
have to
yeah.
rewind to the beginning.
You've got your story, and I've got the truth. So it is what it is.
Well, he's the one who actually inspired me to go this route. I was thinking about why I actually wanted to, and then I traced it back to when I was talking to him at the North Carolina meetup. And I was like, yeah, I think that's when it, like, the idea really set in my head. No, thank you. He's a sweetheart.
Hey, I got to go do stuff. Good day to your faces.
Good day.
Later. Make it a good one.
See, I scared him off.
Hey, what's up, Lucky Dame? Hadn't seen you in a minute or two, ma'am. Good to see you.
Hey, Lucky.
Hope the weather up there's good for you. Down here, it's at like 35 degrees, and it's a little nipply outside.
That reminds me of a saying that my brother-in-law used to say. He would say, it's a tit bit nipply outside, we breast be going.
Roids are wonderful. If you haven't done a cycle or 6, you just don't know. I've never needed anything. See, this is one of these moments where I'm going to say something, and it's probably going to be taken wrong. And it's just, this is me, my 2 cents before knowing anybody. I don't need to take anything to be a better man. I just need to work on me.
Oh, snap. He's going to come up there and yell at you. Oh, I meant to say this when Hutch was up. Did you see his video with his improvised haymaker? Or not haymaker, hay net?
Yeah.
I thought that was clever as hell.
Wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. That gave me all kinds of ideas, actually.
You think he might be the smartest jackass of the bunch?
Shh, don't tell him that.
Echo says, I was trying to say I used to take so many prescription meds I sounded like a baby rattle. Keyboard is stalling when I type in chat. What's up with that? Uh-oh. Coffee says a dentist appointment soon. Got to go do some stuff. Make it a great day. Ooh-wee, Coffee. I can say I feel for you.
I don't get why people don't like dentists. I just don't like it when they take x-rays.
You know, I don't mind my only thing with the dentist is it kind of coincides with a regular doctor. You know, if you go and you say, hey, you know, I kind of fell and I hurt my arm, doc, and it's right in here, they always grab it and squeeze right there. You know, there's that little thing right there, and it's like, yeah. Well, the same thing when you go to a dentist, you go, hey, man, look, dude, because I tell people up front, and I'll tell everybody right here, I got reflexes. I got a weirder past, I got a different past, and I am where I'm at. There's certain things you just don't need to fuck with me on. And I apologize for my French, but it's like my feet, man, you need to knock me out because I have reflexes and I have reflexes when it comes to my mouth, a pain reflex. So if you stab the right root, I'm going to punch you. I'm not going to scream. I don't go, ew, man. I lash out because it's just it's just what's there. So I try to tell doctors up front. It's like I went to the dentist, dude, you need to knock me out. I don't give a shit what you go in there and do when you knock me out. But you go pulling on shit and you hit my root, I'm going to hit you.
So what I'm hearing is that you're a big baby and you can't handle pain.
No, I don't scream when I feel pain. Instead, I try to make the pain stop. And sometimes that's reactive, and that's not good in a nice, calm, quiet medical situation. People don't usually care for that.
I was just messing with you.
You don't love being stabbed in the face with that big ass needle, right? And I always love it. They always poke it going, no, this is gonna numb it right here. And you go, okay, well here, I just need a little bit over here. Okay, but you're poking new shit every time, telling somebody that this is fine. It's like, no, it really
does hurt. But that's when you toughen up, Buttercup.
Yeah, well, I did that the last time, and now I have no teeth on the upper over here because the little shit went in there to do one broken one. He goes, well, now this one right here, it's bad, and you need to go ahead. And before I even said yes or no, it came. And so then I ended up with one way back here, and I go, well, look, dude, I can't just have one tooth back there. I'm going to chew on my gum line back there. So then all of a sudden I had to pull that one.
Well,
and it's like, crap. And see, and then now I'm on this side. That's why I ain't so frisky to just run on down there. Because hell, if they go to pulling on this side, I ain't got none up here on the top, and I won't have any on here on the bottom. Next thing I know, I ain't chewing.
Who was it? There was somebody telling me that they were going to go ahead and get their teeth pulled and get the false ones.
You know, I used to be young. When I was young, I used to say that, and I'd be like, man, I'm just going to go get a full set of dentures. Shit, what do you got to all this brushing teeth and pearly whites? You just walk over to the buffer wheel, and he goes, they're nice and glossy white now. But now I'm sitting here going, oh, man.
I do actually need to set up a dentist appointment. We pay for it. I hate our dentist. So I'm getting a new one. Because I get sick of them taking x-rays every year because the insurance will bill it. I know this shit about insurance billing because I used to work in that stuff. And if they can take x-rays once a year and get paid a couple $100 versus, just the cleaning and stuff, then by golly, they're going to take x-rays. And I'm thinking, it is not needed every year. And I hate those little things because I don't have a big mouth, believe it or not. So like I'll gag on that one that goes all the way in the back.
No comment.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Lucky, she's giddy because she's certifiable. She is highly educated.
Certified. Yeah. In so many ways. The certifiable part. I am a little giddy, actually.
She is definitely certifiable. It's the level is what changes. No, whether that's what I'm going to go for is I think I'm going to try to see somebody about a partial on this side, and then I'll let them deal with this side over here. That way, at least then I can chew over here.
Right. Oh, did I tell you that I found out that one of my chickens is a freaking rooster?
No.
Yeah. I had all these pretty little hens, like a little Easter eggers or Americanas or something. I don't know. My husband picked them up.
And they surprised you.
Yeah. Well, they were supposed to be all pullets, but one of them started getting these funny tail feathers, and it doesn't have a big comb or anything. But one morning I was going out to the car. You know how roosters, if you have a couple in the neighborhood, they'll crow at each other in the morning?
Yep.
I was going out to my car for something really early. It was still dark out. And I'm hearing, their normal crowing competition across the hills because it carries. And all of a sudden I jumped because there was a freaking crow that came from my chicken coop right next to where my car was. And I jumped. I was like, what in the hell? Oh, I've got a rooster.
Now hold on. Before you get so judgmental and you got
Uh-oh. Did he just?
feeling more masculine right now.
I didn't hear any of that. It froze.
I said it could be a hen that's starting to feel a little masculine right now.
Well, it certainly has a pathetic crow, so.
Well, see, it's because it's trying to do something that's not really supposed to do. We'll see. All of a sudden, you end up with an egg. It'll be like, oh shit! And yes, you will have one of those. You will have. You need to record it. That's all I can say, because then that will be a timestamp 2024. The bastards have even infected our chickens now. They're even confused.
They're confused. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you get some birds that get confused, dogs that get confused. One of my midwives, she had a goose she swore up and down was gay. She goes, yeah, that's Gary the goose. He's gay. Pulling teeth.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't my choice. I was actually just wanted the one that was broke. But then supposedly there was another bad one, which is funny too, because up on the top over here, I know I've had a cavity for well over a decade on one tooth up there. And I make it a point and I keep it a little edge right there cleaned out. And I've always thought that would be the one. It's like, oh, anytime, buddy, that one there is going to, nope. Instead, now it's on my bottom jaw. But see, I kind of had that when I had the store and had that little mob come up to the store. I took some licks and kicks to the side of my face and head during all that little excursion. And that's what caused, I think, all this shit.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah. It's just that I'm not one to just, oh, that hurts. I'm running out to the doctor. So I kind of keep putting this out and it just kind of, we'll get there. Some shit is healed up. Some shit didn't. It is
right. Yeah. I mean, I didn't have any tooth issues until I had kids. And then when I broke my jaw and had it wired shut for a while, that caused some issues because it's really, really hard to clean your teeth, especially if some of them got a little broken, if you have your jaw wired shut.
Man, I've thought about that with this. I've sat here and kind of put it together and went, man, how would that be to just have to sit here like this? And this is life. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to do that.
You know what? My brother-in-law, so my sister married this guy and he's freaking hilarious, but he loves to pick on people. And at one point he kept asking me all these questions and my sister looks over at him because he thought it was funny. Could you talk like this? Right? And he kept asking me question after question. And finally she looked at him and I think she threw something at him. And she goes, will you stop it? And I was like, what? And she goes, he thinks it's funny how you sound. So he's asking you all these questions so you'll talk like that. And he busted out laughing. He's such a dick.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I was like, ugh.
Gary the Gay Goose. Isn't that a Democrat storybook? It could be.
It
so
could.
then we'll have Milkmaid the Confused Rooster.
I'm not going to name the rooster Milkmaid.
Well, no, that would be more like a egg butler.
He's a pretty little thing, though.
See, there you are with that he thing. How do you know? Does he got spurs? Do you see spurs starting to show?
Oh, I haven't even looked.
Oh.
All I knew is its tail looked different than everybody else's. It kind of sticks up and you have those Pretty little tail feathers.
Get the nice little stringers that start to poke out.
And then the crow kind of confirmed it all.
Which I think I'm going to miss my deadline. I was really hoping to try to be ready to do some hatching, some incubating on the 1st, but that's only giving me 2 more days, and I don't think I can get enough stuff kind of cleaned out.
Yeah.
So it might actually be a little bit later in the week. I might have to kind of postpone it, but because man, I cannot wait, dude. I cannot wait. It's ready. I got my little mat ready in there after they hatch to put down so that their feet don't go through the holes, and I've got another tub to go for the when they put them into with the brooder and stuff, and I'm ready, man. I just gotta get where they'll stay warm.
I was gonna say, when it comes to the warming, one of the smartest things that I've seen was
Later, Lucky. Make it a great day, ma'am. Appreciate seeing you.
Bye, Lucky. I like her. With the chicks, right? Instead of a heat lamp, what you could do is get like a heating pad, like one of those electric heating pads. I don't know if the seed starting one would work or not, but you put that in there.
No, look, I already got one.
Oh, do you? Sweet. Look at you.
That's right, man. Hey, the Cluckin Alamo. Everybody, I'm ready.
I've missed so much. You probably showed it, and I've missed it.
Here's my feed and waterers. Just gonna get my little drawers. Got my tote. Matter of fact, I can even show that because it's right here. So I got this tote that I'm going to make a top for. And then that way have the mesh on top. But then that way I can put them over in this. And I got this particular type of tub because I already have a couple of these out in my building. And I actually, believe it or not, in one of them I have gloves, power line gloves and shit. Because people didn't know that there's different gloves. You just don't grab electrical wires and hot shit with any old gloves. I actually have some hot gloves and stuff. So that's what's actually in one of the totes. And I used to have like the fire gear in my other tote. So I decided when I saw these, I said, well, shit, I'm just going to go ahead and I got 2 of them. Because then once I'm done with the chicks, I can just still use them for stacking.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I've got a bunch of those totes too. They used to be so much cheaper. Like in... was it 2020, I think, or 2021? You could get them for like $8, this one size, and now they're
11
freaking 15.
Oh, those were 11 at Lowe's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's the same size. I might go check out Lowe's then.
27-gallon ones are these.
Okay. Yeah, Pa, I freaking love Rural King.
Oh,
I don't have one near me.
We don't have one. I've never seen that down here.
You know what was funny was when Crocs and I were driving out to Missouri. We stopped for a bathroom break, I want to say, and we saw Rural King, and both of us looked at each other. We're like, "Do you want to go in?" We both went in and like just went around everywhere. I think that's where I got my tent, actually. But yeah, I love that store.
Well, I'll tell you what, because if you come down for Nikki's deal, or if you come down whenever they just meet up here or whatever, but if you manage to get down here, or we can get back up to another Missouri meetup and you show up, but I'm gonna bring you some stuff.
Oh, you don't have to do any of that.
Why does everybody say that? Do y'all really think y'all are like that powerful and shit? Like y'all just really like run shit that you're just telling me I have to do shit? Because every time I say something, y'all are always going, "Oh, you don't have to do that." Like, oh no, I was really feeling like you were going to beat the shit out of me if I didn't do it.
Hey, hi, Mr. Pot. I'm Miss Kettle.
Well, I'm cleaner than you.
Oh God. Gauntlets. No, I think I didn't realize until you were telling me. I think it was when I was working on all that electrical crap. You were telling me about those types of gloves.
It's hot gloves.
Man,
And
when I went,
they're like
go ahead.
astronaut gloves too. And that's, there's you can kind of see in other fields, you just, I don't know. Things other make sense, but it's like those are like astronaut gloves.
All thick and bulky.
Oh yeah, because you have your insulating, your rubber insulating, and then you have your leather because you don't want to poke holes through the leather. A pinhole in the rubber will burn a person with high,
Yeah.
high voltage and stuff. It will find, it's like fire gear. You can see somebody in full blown bunker gear, but if that shit has lost its protective coating visually, you go, man, that dude's totally geared out. And he goes into that building and comes out and he'll have 3rd-degree burns because the protective coating on that shit's gone and that heat will penetrate and burn right through. Well, the same thing happens with electricity. If you have a membrane, a pinhole, that electricity will find that spot and zap the shit out of that person.
That does not
finds
sound
the
fun.
path of least resistance. So but they're like your fingers then out like this and you're grabbing things because it's like that big around your finger with the layers. And you're grabbing it. You're having to jack that pole up here, grab that cable and pull it. And man, just bad shit happens. There's a dude around here. He drives actually with 2 hook arms and he actually hunts with special ones because as he was pulling a line and he ended up hitting the terminal post here as he was hitting a neutral line over here with this arm. And as he did that, and it went pop, it popped both of his arms off. So both of them just pop.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. He has nubs from the forearm on, and so these are hooks. You can see him driving. Sometimes you'll see people freak out when they're going down the road, and then they go, and they start veering over the lane because they see this dude and he's got his hooks laying up on the steering wheel. And they're just
holy crap.
Yep.
Talk about well, hopefully he has a good attitude about it. I think I'd be a little butthurt if I lost a limb.
That's, you know what? It's like everything else. It's kind of like a family thing. The people around you, because everybody understands the job, and so they kind of help lighten the load. I'm sure maybe in the cities, you probably get kicked to the curb because you're part of the city thing. But over here, we have co-ops. So the catch with the co-op is you're being a member part. So you're part of this thing. Well, most of the guys that working in the system, their families are that's where your electric's coming from. So
right.
But yeah, a lot of support.
You were talking about fire gear. I went for my fitting for fire gear, right? And
were you trying to get all cute and slim going, oh no, those are too big?
Oh no. Oh gosh. I looked at the guy, I was like, man, so if I lose weight in this school, because we're going to be running like crazy and working out like crazy and all that stuff, I said, so if I lose weight, will they let me trade out pants? Because these things are freaking expensive. And he was like, yeah, they'll do that. But when I tried on the fire coat, and he's like, raise your arms above your head, and then half my face disappeared in the collar. I was like, how do you do anything? Right. But it's kind of fun, the suspenders and everything. But
yeah,
should be interesting.
Oh, I think you'll have a blast as long as and I don't as long as you're around good people. As long as the people you're around going through that, to me, yeah, there's gross shit and there's ugly shit, but man, it's just but then again, for my take, there's something about helping people and there's something about being there at that moment. And you I don't know.
I'm hoping there's good camaraderie. I mean, the only other candidates that I met was when I went for my, health physical thing. Um, so I met two of them, but they were both, really young. One guy looked nervous as hell, and I'm like, oh man. But it's been kind of strange because I'm going into this field, right? That's male dominated. And you ever watch Rescue Me? That had Dennis Leary,
Oh yeah, I think I've seen a few of them.
right? And that chick comes in, she wants to like flex on everybody. And then just didn't want a woman around. I can see why. Like, I'm not going to be able to pick up a 250-pound guy and throw him over my shoulder and, you know, clear a building. That's just not doable. I can be useful elsewhere, though.
That's
Like,
it.
I can get in spots that they can't get in.
Well, and that's what, to me, that's the differentiating moment is one. And like I said, I know you get it. I'm just saying this for anybody that hears this now or later. I just want to clarify. That's just in my head. So I'm not kind of categorizing or trying to sound ugly when I say this, but you need to know your role.
Mm-hmm.
If you're, and yes, females, sure, there's big, bulky females, and I get it. But for the most part, females aren't as
No,
strong and durable as a male. So, and there are males that are small framed, and you need to learn your role. You need to find and accept that, and then find your purpose to where you might not be the dude that can grab the 250 guy to get him out, but what you can is you can run behind that guy and make sure nothing's in his way as he's
right.
dragging the guy out, kind of shit. So there's things you don't have, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying it directly to you, Milton, because it's just anybody listening, but that's so important for people to understand their role. If you can't do something, don't let pride fuck that up.
Exactly.
You can't let your ego get involved in saving somebody. You need to know your role, and you need to run with that, and you need to give it 110 in what you can do. That's and people need to be able to rely on that and not have to worry about you. That's how you become a real cohesive team.
Right. The teamwork aspect, I'm really looking forward to having that kind of relationship with people where you can work together like that. I mean, and what you're saying too, it's true across the board, honestly, not just in those particular jobs. Like, I was in this gun chat and somebody posted, oh, it was Krisky. He posted a video of this guy who was very much overweight, right? But he had a lever action rifle and then like a cowboy gun, a 6-shooter. And he was so freaking fast hitting targets with all of them. And some of the younger guys were making fun of him for his weight and everything. They're like, oh, I'd never want him on my team, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, you put that guy in a static position and he's going to have your back. Like, no, he's not going to be able to run around playing Rambo like all of you guys think you're going to do. But he can have that position and be amazing at it. I mean, he was quicker with a lever action rifle than most people are with like an AR or something.
Well, see, and that's where the merging of the two make 100% usefulness, I guess you could say, because like if he accepts that he knows, yes, look, I'm fat, I'm overweight, I can't haul ass, I can't run. So he needs to learn to think ahead of the game because you don't have the speed. So you can think faster than you can run. So you need to learn to do that. And then if the team works with him and goes, okay, we know he's not this isn't the dash runner. So, hey, we're going to give him an extra couple minutes heads up on something. And you can, but yeah, because what you're needing out of that particular moment, and like I said, I don't want that to sound ugly, but your useful tool at that moment is you need to be able to be accurate. I don't need you to run a 500-yard dash. What I need you to do is 300 yards and out. I need you to be precise and accurate. You know,
Right.
there you go. And
Well,
it's learning to work. Yeah, but you're right. It goes across everything.
BB and I have talked about this quite a bit when talking about like having a group of people living kind of in the same area, working as a community. You know, should things go completely sideways, that kind of thing. Excuse me. But one time we were on Grumpy's and playing that. Oh, I forget the name of the game. Do you remember it?
Oh,
Conflicted.
Conflicted. There you go. I was going,
Yeah.
man, there's something with a C.
For some reason, I was thinking S.
I was
But
going
yeah,
contagious.
somehow a question came up about would you take like a 70-year-old woman who wasn't very mobile but had a whole bunch of knowledge versus like this 20-year-old like young buck kid. And I thought it was kind of situational, but in all honesty, I would take the older lady who had all the knowledge. Everybody has a part to play, a part they can play, in that kind of community sense. When people are too quick to write others off, it irritates the crap out of me, especially with the younger guys, because they're kind of dumb. They'll
Well,
learn.
you know what? And I'll tell you, I actually, while you were talking, and I was thinking, I'm going to make a clip because I'm going to bring this up again. But there is a movie called The Guardian,
Mm-hmm.
and it's about Coast Guard. But I
Oh,
gotta
I've seen
say,
that.
there is a part in there that actually it was fitting as you were talking, and we were kind of doing this. It was coming into my mind, and it's when and anybody that's seen this will know this scene. And so the scene is Kevin Costner is a badass diver. He's got a lot of records and shit, but incident happened, so he's having some issues. So they decide to send him to the training facility to have him start doing some training. He's
Mm-hmm.
not a trainer, so he's bucking with some of his internal people and during that. So he's having button heads with how he should be doing this class because he's just coming at him hardcore and raw. You're fixing to be thrown out here in the Bering Sea. Get over it, Buttercup. So because he's reaching so much conflict, one night he goes and gets him without anybody else knowing. He gets the whole class and he takes them out into a big tub full of ice water. And he has them sitting in this thing and they're all shivering, freezing to death. And they come out and they just can't believe they've got him in there. But there's a guy that's in there that has this big he thinks his muscles are going to do everything.
Mm-hmm.
He learns a lot about the contractions of muscles and the size and what that does in the ice water. And then his next hard lesson is in the pool. And then that's when the dude ends up getting kicked out because he thinks it's all muscle and it's not. You've got to learn to work together. You got to know your role and you have to learn to focus on that role and you need to focus in on that. And that's what you need to push 110. But it was just a good example. I'm going to cut that clip out because anybody that has not seen that movie, I personally think that goes right up there with Band of Brothers for me. So that's just,
Oh, really?
yeah, man,
Now I'm wondering if I've seen it, or maybe I saw the trailer for it and didn't actually see the movie.
it's got,
I'll have to watch it.
what's the little Ashton, what's that kid's name?
Kutcher?
Ashton something. Yeah. It's got him as the young buck swimmer that comes in thinking he's like, man, I'm the swim champ. And of course, like we could all relate from a lot of us older people that once you kind of go do stuff, it's like, yeah, okay, cool. All your little trophies and all your little paper things. Now here's the real world, you know? And he kind of butts and he sees, because since he's one of these overachievers, when he gets to the school, of course, he sees Costner's name on everything.
Yeah.
And it's based off of some true stories. So it's true characters, based off some true characters in there in the Coast Guard.
Right.
Eric, it's called The Guardian.
Yeah, mayhem.
This is one of them moments, man. I wish you could have movie night and actually go, hey, can I remember how you used to could do with like the cable box, like if pay-per-view type thing, hey, I'm going to show this to people. I'm going to go ahead and pay the $75 and now that's my crowd thing. And here I can show it to everybody.
No, I don't know about that, but
that was a long time ago. I remember you could do that when they started coming up with some of those wrestling things and different stuff. And then you could have a movie premiere and you could rent out a Direct TV or one of those, and you could go ahead and, yeah, I'm going to do this. Well, you just paid a little bit more than the individual ticket. And it's like that went away now. It's like,
Oh, well, everybody's got to have their pound of flesh.
yeah, see, but that's what gets me. It's like, I would like to ask, you know, YouTube kind of going, okay, look, dude, if 40 people go watch this movie individually, what's your profit? What'd you get? I mean, how many per view? And then can you, any way to take that amount then and say, hey, you know what, we'll at least, if you pay this, then we'll let, you know, your chats can see this. And then you can go and, because that's what's always blown my mind. And it's, I think it's right now is because they're caught up in all the political bullshit. And so it's all being driven for a narrative. But when you look at the basic facts to it, they have all the users. They know everybody that's in the chat right now. They know everybody that's up here on the panel. They know all the text that's being said because they can see this. This is what they monitor. They listen to the audio. So then why can't you just go ahead and let me play this song or show this movie, and then you take all the people and you just act like they've seen it individually?
Yeah. It would make sense.
Yeah. But see, I'm still because their thing, this all changed because of the rioting. That's when YouTube took the real hard change, was the rioting, and they started doing the monitoring of the audio and shit so much. And if you'll think back to the beginning, you'll remember that when the riots first started, man, there was footage. People were showing stuff and they were just tearing shit up, you know, and then all of a sudden they started to play music. And when they played the music, see, because this is the back end little overlords talking. When they started playing music, it gave YouTube a way to then start monitoring for when people ran out to those things to start record that, because then it would pick the audio up in the background and they could say, shut that stream down.
Interesting.
And if you kind of go back and if you can kind of dissecting you'll start watching the events and you go, wait a minute. And it's like, yeah, you could watch these little burning things. And sure enough, eventually they would take it down. But then all of a sudden the riot started to play music. Blare music.
I did not know about that.
Yep. And then you kind of watch how YouTube behavior went and you go, but then you turn around and read the Time magazine article, which, speaking of which, I'll go ahead and post a link for anybody interested.
Oh, Michigan, I want to do that.
That's where they flat out laid it out. You know, that they just called it securing democracy instead of stealing an election.
Right. It's all in how you word it, right? Change the meanings. 100%.
Michigan says during the summer, we set up the projector outside, do movie night for kids and their friends on the weekend. They love it. Yep.
Now that's fun. Especially, that's community building too. I think we need to do more of that. And, you know, that kind of sucks because honestly, I mean, I like y'all, but I really honestly don't like people in general.
Fine. Like, we don't like you either, Milky.
No, I said you're fine. I preemptively said you're fine. But like,
girl, you know it.
I have to go people. Like, we went to my husband's company that he works for. He always throws like a Christmas party. And so I go, and like some of those people, they make a good deal of money, right? And I was like having to talk to normies and do that whole chameleon thing where you can get along with people of different classes. I was like, man, that was exhausting by the end of the night because I could do it. I just don't enjoy it that much.
Right. Look, this is a copy of it. I put the link out there in chat to the Time magazine, time.com. This is the magazine. This is what it's titled. The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign That Saved. So all you got to do is change some words and you're fixing to get a whole layout when you realize all these meetings that they had and shit. You can read it all take place in the back. The handshake between business and laborers was just one component of a vast cross-partisan campaign to protect the election, which we're going to just change the word protection.
Mm-hmm.
You can just, man, I tell you. And that's without any of, that's in their own damn words, dude. That's what cracks me up. I mean, and I get it. There's that whole, they got to tell you before they do it, which.
I believe that.
See,
So
I
don't you
don't. I don't. And I only say that because I didn't even really understand what people were talking about when they kept saying that. And I've asked a few people, and it was actually just, I think the other day or a few days ago that Bear actually brought that up. I happened to be listening to him one day.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually brought that very thing up, how he had apparently, somebody must have brought that up about they have to tell you what they're going to do. And I've pointed out my dark past before, and I've been involved in shit that I shouldn't have been involved with. And he brought that up in his past, how he had, and it kind of reminded me. And I was like, yeah, you never heard any of that shit. There was nothing like that on that dark side of thing in that world. Nobody.
Yeah, but you weren't in that certain world.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't even happen back then. Like, things just happened. There was no telling people. It just, you know what I'm saying? Because the media wasn't the same, and the whole, I don't know, everything, the media, the communications, newspaper, TV, radio, it was just different back then because it wasn't so consolidated.
It could have been predictive programming, though.
See, when he mentioned that, that's what I kind of go with. It's
like,
where that manifestation stuff comes from,
Mm-hmm.
If you think it long enough. Well, yeah, to a point. I mean, you can't like physically make shit appear just because you thought about it, but then doesn't that fall under the same thing as pulling up your bootstraps or sucking it up, buttercup, where you're just going to say, no, I'm going to achieve this regardless of how bad I hurt. I'm just pushing through this. Same mindset kind of thing where you're just going to focus.
Do you want to hear something wild? And it's a little edgy for your crowd, so I'm going to have to get permission before I tell you.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, okay.
Wait a minute. I just feel like I got profiled or some shit. Like, this is edgy for your crowd. Like, your
well,
crowd.
No, okay.
Did y'all notice how separated y'all just got just then? Disconnected from Milky, just like that. Y'all became my people.
No, it's a little interesting. Okay. You'll understand why when I tell you. Are you familiar with the channel Soft White Underbelly?
See, no, okay, I brought that up. I heard the term. I didn't actually know that was a channel, I think, up until yesterday, that I ended up having to look in a thumbnail and I saw Soft White Underbelly. And I'm like, wait a minute, that was a term I've heard.
Yeah, the term being like the underbelly of the beast or whatever, like the soft and
the belly of the snake,
disenfranchised, like the chink in the armor of whatever, right?
Okay.
At least that's how I read it. But anyhow, he does interviews with people who are like junkies, alcoholics, sexual deviations, and he's probably liberal, but I think less so these days. But he just interviews them, like, hookers, Johns. He's even done like bounty hunters, all kinds of stuff, right?
I might have seen him. Did he do one where he was over there, like in California, the homeless and shit that were just, know, on the beach and living up and down the streets, and he would go question them and stuff and talk to them?
Well, he doesn't go out. He brings them into like a studio and they sit there on a stool and they tell their story, and he lets them tell their story. He actually had some YouTube take down quite a few of them because of how graphic they would get, because he wouldn't censor them. Well, he had this one, and I tell you what, I had to click because I was so curious about that perspective. But it was a male porn star, right? Porn actor. Right. And I was like,
we know why Milky was like, oh, I got to click on that one.
Well, no, I was just so curious because you hear like the female side of it all the time, but you never hear about the male side of it. So I was thinking, I'm just kind of curious. So I click on it, and this is why I said, it's kind of an iffy subject or whatever. And it wasn't gross or anything like that. He was just talking about his background. He grew up in like a good family, went to college. He was trying to do a tech startup, and he actually made money on the side doing that, right? But about 29 minutes into it, he was asked, well, what are some of your like crazy stories? I'm sure you have some crazy stories. And he said, well, yeah, actually, I went to Switzerland for a like alternative medicine kind of conference. But it was at the same time as the World Economic Forum. And one of the bigwigs from the World Economic Forum recognized him from his work, right?
Oh,
Invited him to come to this party. So he and a couple of the ladies go to this party and ended up giving a live performance for all of these billionaires and world leaders and all of that stuff there, right? And I was like, I knew they were messed up in the head, right? And then the interview goes on and he talks about like originally he was going to go into geopolitical stuff in college and he talked about 9/11 and then he alluded to the fact that it wasn't, what everybody says it is. And then he was talking about the Las Vegas thing because he was in Vegas at the time of the shooting. And he almost went to that concert, but a job popped up and he wasn't there. But a friend of his still went and called him, crying and freaking out and everything. But throughout it all, like you start to see this progression from him being like in a really weird world to him seeing the light in a lot of things. At one point, he even talked about when he retires, he wants to go off grid. And I was like, huh, interesting. So it's like really starting to be on people's radar, even people that are in an entirely different lifestyle,
Yep.
Sorry, I just thought that was so strange and weird,
Yeah. Which
I was fascinated.
Chippendale story.
Yeah, sorry. I probably shouldn't have
I
told
was
that,
just
huh?
curious about the finances and how they were doing the budget. I just needed to go watch the Chippendale interview.
No, it
know
was
what just
nothing like
caught my
that.
interest. Mm-hmm.
You're making me sound bad.
What?
Oh, that channel has some weird interviews.
Yeah, I don't guess it's him that I've seen because this person that was doing the people over there in California, he was just going up and interviewing them right out of their little tent and shelter.
Oh, if you listen to some of the stories though, and that's why I always get fascinated by them because a lot of the time the people that are in that kind of lifestyle, like either they're, hookers or drug dealers or, things like that, their childhoods are just devastating, and you can see what leads to a lot of that. It's not every interview. He actually has had some really good interviews, but you can see what leads up to it, and it's like
Morning,
morals
Loretta.
went to crap.
Yes. Well,
And
in case Bushido's listening, it's got no moral compass anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No moral compass, broken homes, parents who probably should never have gotten pregnant, but they did because they had a messed up upbringing, and it just keeps perpetuating.
Well, see, that's why I guess that goes in with the, I don't know about this, they have to tell you what they're going to do kind of thing, because you just, well, look at the people on YouTube, and we talk about channels that are, they're making money off the prepping thing because, you need to buy this tool to be able to survive. And well, okay, and then this is where I'm going with this, is because like that person's, you wouldn't think some of these channels have anything to do with the bigger cabal government and all that stuff. They're just them. They're just trying to make profit off of something. Well, if you just look at that overall thing, that's where I think a lot of things, it's like the shows that came out, well, as some became more popular because we got into free range parenting and we wanted to have more of these adult cartoons because, hey, this is kind of cool. But then they were starting to translate adult messages to kids. Well, then that starts changing. And all of a sudden you go from having shows that were literally written and designed to have some kind of story behind it, you know, some ethical, moral kind of reminder, good, bad, and all of a sudden that flipped, and then your everyday message. So it's like, I don't think that they were like, oh, they have to tell us that they're going to be perverts before they're perverted. It's just that this is what's sold. And if you'll remember way back, I remember that back in the 90s and the 2000s and probably even earlier if I really thought about it, but you'd always hear that sex and violence sells.
Yeah.
So if you have a production company and you want to make money, you would say, well, what's everybody into? Well, they're into sex and violence. Well, guess what we're going to do? We're going to make violent movies. We're going to make some, you know, semi risque movies. We're going to put these scenes in, and it slowly started to shift, man. Think about it. You couldn't even hardly be on TV with a 2-piece bathing suit, much less let me show the crack of your ass and you getting up off of somebody. And here we are. And so I don't think I think it's just now because this is where the bigger part starts to see it, because as you start to see people doing this, they go in and buy up these and they get the shares. By controlling shares, they change the direction. All of a sudden you have, you know, weird shit like Anheuser-Busch saying, hey, I know, let's just go ahead and go against everything our whole customer base thinks and do this. Because at the top, some shareholders that now have control can go, no, this is what we want to do. And you can't say no. They control the shares. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Those push a message. And I don't think that means everybody underneath has that. But you can see where it's money, and the channels on here, you know, they know damn well that magical knife isn't going to save the day in the apocalypse, but they're going to get their cut, and everybody's trying to make bank right now.
Yeah. Well, what I keep thinking is, you know how it sells, right? I think that man has always been, you know, drawn to the sex and violence, right? I mean, let's just straight up say deviation has been around for a long time. It's just that it's allowed to be normalized because before, at least, it was hidden. It wasn't out in your face and everything like that. But they're stripping away all that, the ethical and moral codes, allowing people to not have to have restraint anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because those things are put in place. It's like with kids, you have to be disciplinary with them. You have to, for their own good, because otherwise they're going to go down a very bad path. I mean, they may still choose to later, but you teach them to have that self-control. You teach them what's right and wrong so that later on they don't get into that mess, you know?
You're supposed to be the guardrails.
Right.
You know, and that's where I think that's why I think it's easy to blame a bigger bad guy, you know, say the boogeyman in the closet. But I think that when you really kind of look at it, you had parents that started coming up with excuses so that they would not be held accountable for their kids' actions.
Well, it's easier to pass the buck. And if you're allowed to by society, then that's what people do. People are lazy. People are messed up in the head. People get angry. They love violence. All of that stuff. Like if you can't contain, I mean, all you have to do is look at a 6-year-old who has never had discipline in their life.
Right.
I mean, some will self-check. Some have that in them, but others, I mean, it's I don't want to be anywhere near that kid.
Well, yeah. And see,
I'll lose my damn mind.
Well, because see, back in the earlier days, if you saw a kid that rambunctious, everybody would look at the kid, but then they looked at the parent. And they're like, yo, or well, see, it was like people saw the look, and it's like, wait, no, he gets like that. Well, see, then other people started to relate to that kind of shit, and they're like, yeah, I don't want it if my kid acts out. So then there just became excuses. It's kind of like the alphabet excuses we got. The ADD, ADHD, and no offense to anybody, this is just my own thoughts. It's an alphabet excuse instead of saying, no, you have not learned right from wrong. You have not learned your boundaries. It's okay for parents to be the red burner on the stove. That's the idea. If you vocally become the burner on the stove, you prevent them from actually touching the hot burner because you tell them it's hot. But at some point, reality sets in. Well, we're all starting to experience a good couple of generations of free range. And here we are. And what's up, Rice and Peace? Good morning, good day.
And there is something to different children have different personalities and different things work or don't work with them. I remember being completely flabbergasted by that with my 3 kids because they were nothing alike. What worked for the first one did not work for the second one or the third one.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
And I don't believe in completely crushing a child's spirit either. I remember that, who was it? That Focus on the Family guy. He had a very good take on one thing, and it had to do with a strong-willed child. Like, when you have a strong-willed child, you have to work really hard training them up the way they should go or whatever. But some people take it too far and they try to crush them because they think that's the only way to get them to be, to behave and stuff like that. And when that happens, I think it backfires. So there's some kind of balance that has to occur,
Well, and here's, I know from like me, if I'm reflecting back on me, hey, what's up, Twisted Tats? Hope all is well with you, bud.
Hey, Twisted.
Hadn't seen you in a minute. Hope you had an awesome Christmas. But it's like you have your battle, but then you have the outside source battle because you have the representation, and it's kind of like and I will say, I laugh and make a joke of it now, but like when my kids are only a year apart, and at first I used to think that was like the next best thing to sliced bread because it's like, shit, man, we get to knock all this out 2 for 1s. We got the whole diaper training, toothbrushing, the bathing, the going to bed, hey, this is all working out until personalities start to develop. And then you have 2 different personalities. And then well, he can, how come I can't? And well, when you take that same kind of competitiveness or comparing that kids do, and then all of a sudden they're exposed to the public, and now their friend has the latest and greatest iPhone. But wait a minute, you're only 10 fucking years old. Yeah, but my friend at school's parents got them one. Why can't I have one? Oh, well, then you go, well, because this, and you think you're explaining things in a righteous way because it's here, this is it, and being nice. They go to school though, but see what they hear on the other side is no, they don't give a shit about you. If they really loved you, they would do that. My parents loved me. That's why they gave me one. Well, your kid doesn't know how to process that kind of shit. So then, and that's an invisible battle that, see, you're going to fight that you don't know you're fighting. You're going to try to decipher that in your kid as you have your day-to-day interactions with your kid. But what you're not aware of is what they've been influenced in the outside, like public school. You say public school, oh, I know. No, you really don't know about those little conversations at desk to desk that go, that's because they really don't care.
Yeah.
You don't know about those comments. So you're going to react to behavior thinking one thing when really there's other shit that happens. And that's why I'm all about the society thing, man. People, that's why one reason why I guess I get on this, you can't throw titles on shit. All electricians are bad. All cops are bad. All you can't do that. You got to start looking at people being people, the individual. Characterization matters. And it's individual. You got to look at that because you got to really think it through. Man, if I had to raise my kids again right now, I don't know what I'd do, Mookie. That'd be a trip. I feel for anybody doing that right now. I really do, because I really don't know how I could mentally process that. I've thought about that before going, All of a sudden I had them little. Wow.
Well, you'd homeschool probably. Twisted Tat said he lost his service dog.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that, bud.
that's hard. That's
Man.
like a best friend, like a family member.
Yeah, and right after Christmas, too.
Mm. Oh, no. I'd not heard of that condition.
Oh, wow. Man, I wonder if that little technique we were just watching on the choking part on the dog on the trach, if that would help if it like started to choke down on that, if you flipped them over and could do that same kind of thing, if that would help expand it or something.
Well, yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
It probably has to do with the cartilage, though.
Well, and see when she got excited. And so, and I will say sometimes I know that there's the thing with boxers. I don't know what kind of dog she was, but now with Rudy, because him being part boxer, every now and then he gets one of these little excited kind of like it's like something's kind of spazzing out or something in here. And he kind of does that little, and I kind of usually go over there and I just rub on the side of his neck, and then then he straightens out, but it's the boxer in him, because the boxers have that whole screwed up shit in their chest to me. I don't know.
Yeah, PA, P-A-M-E-M-T, call him Pa. I know it stands for Pennsylvania, but whatever. He was telling me about his young mental health transports that he does. And it breaks my heart, honestly. Like, for young children to be in that position because their parents didn't give a damn, or the right damn.
I gotta say that you kind of you got to really. Actually, I think I did it at first. I didn't just say when, but then I don't know. You just don't look at people the same way after a while. And then when you start hearing stuff, and maybe that's why I get so antisocial, and I feel like maybe that's why I'm such an asshole.
Yeah, you're such an asshole.
You just kind of get, it's like, man, look, dude, people are ugly. Humanity sucks. And then it's like,
yeah, but then you see beautiful things. And when you see that, it gives you hope again.
Well, yeah.
And then you try to be the light, that beautiful thing for everybody else. Like, it warms my heart when I see good things happen. Hey, Southern Pride.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see more of it. What's up, SFP? Morning, sir. Morning. How is the shoulder?
Why does he have a messed up shoulder?
Oh, yeah. Had surgery.
Oh, I think I did hear about that. Maybe on Ghost Stream.
Yep.
I've missed so much with all the studying. I can't tell you how excited I am about the fact that for the next 2 weeks, I don't really have to worry about anything other than working out and getting my house back in order.
There you go. You just get to take you a little breather for a moment.
Yeah.
But it's just for a fleeting moment. So.
Oh, yeah. And then.
Don't get accustomed to it, Missy.
Then I probably won't be around much again for a while. We'll see. I don't know what the schedule's going to look like.
Well, we need to talk. Once you kind of get things figured out, we'll talk and try to figure out a little moment, and we can get you to dip in, and we'll kind of, maybe we can even do something kind of over that'll keep you active in the moment, but you can share it with everybody, and we can kind of start to bring more people in around to that moment. And
yeah.
Educational moment. Because I next year is going to be a change for me here. I'm going to do the little morning talk thing for either 2 to 3 hours maybe, but then shut down and then starting to do during the day stuff. And
yeah,
I might try to time it out because I got to thinking that sounded really cool. Well, yesterday when I was talking like all that shit and like how, yep, and I'm going to do a project. Okay, well, we're going to get real, because if I go out one day and do a bunch of shit like with the cinder blocks, there's going to be a follow-up day where I'm probably not going to go out inside and do a whole lot, but because I can only do so much before I'll just start puking my guts up and stuff. So
Yeah, pace yourself.
but I
And
still want
find
to stay active, and because I got to learn how to be social. So y'all are actually helping me learn to be social, just to be quite honest.
are we?
Yep.
So, oh, I feel bad for you if you're socializing with me.
No, it's all. That's why I always try. Like last year, I said I was very appreciative of everybody, even the trolls and the bad ones and all that. I'm always, because I'm trying to slowly learn.
Yeah.
I didn't. And this sounds so juvenile, I guess, and just kind of like whatever. But I really became so disconnected the past few years that I like really didn't give a shit. You know, who walked,
Yeah.
talked, breathed, didn't give a shit. The whole world could end. I didn't give a shit. I was in my little mud hole, and I was totally content there, and I really didn't. And so I disconnected. That's why I just became out of touch. People had no problem snapping at people, and it's just like, dude, just shut the fuck up. I don't need to hear your shit. Wait, what do you got? Dude, you're talking. Why are you talking? I mean,
Right.
I was an ass. I kind of hit this moment, buddy. But then see, unfortunately, that's part of my personality my whole life. I'm just I'm not I don't know. I'm just usually that guy right there. And it's like, yep, I'm that guy.
Well, you're not that guy anymore. It's what you choose to be. I'm cracking up at Mayhem and Lady Smith right now. That'd be so cool, Mayhem. I saw that and I was like, surely she's talking about something else.
Well, yeah, because he was actually saying, Tats, maybe we can get the community to help you out with that, brother. I think someone getting another call. Oh, SFP says 2 codeine tabs, a joint, and 3 fingers of makers, feeling better.
That'll do it. Be careful. You don't want to put yourself in like.
Yeah, other than my kids, mom, and brother. There you go, Teresa. Oh, there you go. Man says, Lady Smith, you're never too old for a spanking.
Right. Yeah, and then she goes,
that'd be so
that would
cool.
be so cool. Sorry.
And then it's not necessarily the spanking part. Mm-hmm. Little firecracker.
Oh my gosh. I've had those moments too where I respond to somebody and they had put I was responding to a certain comment, but then they put something else that was totally unrelated and it was awkward. I'm easily amused. I'm like a freaking 12-year-old with my sense of humor, I swear.
Hey, man, sometimes it just comes on you, don't it? You just have them moments.
Right.
You've been improving since the building series rescue. We can do mini gasket blow-ups for training purposes. Well, because it's just I've noticed it, and I've talked about it, and I don't always respond right, or sometimes like at the beginning I was quick to respond, and now I just.
You were a little more volatile at that point. That's okay though.
And I kind of border on. There's days I gotta say, there's days it's a conscious effort that I have to kind of, because there's, like I've brought up before, it's not just shit here on YouTube, but there's shit in the real world just directly around me that you get you kind of set off. But if something's already scheduled, then you gotta put that behind and deal with something different. Well, then all of a sudden, if something fires off in here, well, then it sometimes taps into the other shit.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, I'm throwing headphones on the desk, or I'm telling somebody to shut the fuck up. I forgot who that was.
Are you sure you didn't say that to a couple of people?
it might have even been a few times. I don't know. I know there was one, I can't remember who that was, but man, I just remember getting so mad. I remember even leaning on the mic and I'm going, just shut the fuck up. Shut up.
See, I mean,
I can't remember who that was. I was so mad. It was like, oh my God.
I do remember the headphones. To be honest, like I've gotten to the point now where it's really hard to offend me. And I tell people that and they don't believe me. And I've been in chats before where I'm the only female and there's a bunch of guys that just freaking, I don't know what it is about this younger generation, but the guys all think that women suck. And it's these idiots, I think, that are spreading all this bullshit. But I understand too that they're slightly right, right? I mean, a lot of the females are really bad, this upcoming generation. But I mean, and they're trying to like rip into me, and I'm like, oh, spank me harder. Like, come on.
So it was Hawkeye. Okay. Man, I ain't seen him in a minute. The last I'd seen him, he had fallen down that hole, hurt his shoulder and arm, and was getting better. It's still early in the morning, Mayhem. For you, it's nighttime because you've been driving all night. But you need to remember, for the rest of the world, this is still 8 o'clock in the morning. So I knew where you were headed.
I did actually go off on this one guy because remember when Sound of Freedom came out?
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of people were like all riled up and then they wanted to do something. And this guy, he wanted to start a company to build a freaking chest rig that was like everybody else's chest rig to raise money so that they could go do cool guy stuff to save kids. And the more this guy talked, the more I was like, this guy, and he was like a good looking, muscly, cocky dude, right?
Hell of a sales guy.
Right? I saw right through him. I was like, you are absolute chicken shit. I called him, man, I blasted this guy. It was in private, but I ripped him up one side and down the other because I was mad at him because I think he was just trying to make a profit and just trying to make himself look good. And I was so furious. I was like, I would be on board with helping in any way I could with this kind of thing, but you're just trying to make money and look cool on Instagram or something.
Well, that's what, to me, a lot of them do.
That made me mad. Like, it's rare that I get mad, but when I get mad, I get really mad.
That's it. It's the only way to go. Well, when you think about it, because it's like, okay, we'll use the Sound of Freedom. We'll use that guy, and we'll say, okay, so people watch that movie, and they say, man, no way, that's happening. I want to get involved. I want to save those kids, okay?
2 months later?
Well, then why aren't you contacting them that you just saw that fired you up? Why are you not contacting them going, what can I do for you? I just saw you doing stuff that fires me up. I want to get involved. What can I do to help you? Instead, they go, man, I'm going to do something about that. And somehow theirs is separate. But yet theirs is going to be the answer. Well, why aren't we gathering these forces? I actually brought this up the other day. Might not have been on stream, might have just been in a conversation, but it's like the homeless and the feeding people and all this shit. Why do we have thousands of all these organizations? If these people, any of these people are really righteous, then why aren't we just consolidating underneath the righteous banner and saying, here, you know what, we need to feed and take care of our vets. Oh, okay. Well, then how about we find the righteous organization that's actually boots on the ground doing the work, and fuck all the rest, and you focus that energy behind them. And I think it probably starts out that way, but it just because success and power and money changes people. All of a sudden, your bank account that you've been managing these donations are now in the hundreds of thousands, if not maybe millions. And all of a sudden, it's viewed at it a little different than that $10 donation when you were trying to hustle that $1,200.
Yeah.
Hey, let's raise $1,200 for this. Well, that was one drive. Well, okay, we're going to do a nationwide type thing to where I really don't have to do the push on this, but we're going to broadcast it. And now all of a sudden my bank account's rolling in $650,000, $750,000 in donations. It's different. And it's like, yeah, see, and it shouldn't be.
And I don't think everybody's like that, but it's very rare that somebody does not get corrupted. That's why I believe in doing what you can as anonymously as possible. It's not always possible, but if you can do something good and not take credit, then I really respect you. You know what I mean? But I would never know because you were doing it anonymously, you know? But that's the kind of thing that I look for in people, is like that level of humility, that transparency and willingness to do the thing without taking a bunch of props for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, and there's been so many scammers over the decades that,
Oh yeah.
You got half the damn people are just gun shy of everything because
Well,
there's
I
been
mean,
so many scammers. So and it's hard for a legitimate place to try to get a good foothold. That's why about the best thing I can say is, you know what? You get with a group of yours, whatever that is, whether it's the work buddies, whether it's the VFW, VFW is kind of, I won't use that because they kind of help look out for people in their area anyway, or at least these around here do. So
yeah.
I would think that is everywhere because it's kind of a brotherhoody thing. But, get with your work groups or something. But if you happen to know of somebody and you don't publicize it, you just kind of go, hey, man, you guys want to kick in a few extra bucks, and there's somebody that could use, a hand. And then you just kind of go and just help them.
And
Ain't nobody got to see it or record it or nothing. You just do it and feel good about that.
And the flip side of that, though, I mean, just to play devil's advocate to my own point, but the flip side of that is sometimes publicizing what's being done helps other people become motivated. For the most part. Sometimes it's just fleeting. People want that feel good thing. Mayhem had a good point. I think there's that too.
The problem, let's see, I'll put that on the screen. I'm trying to get better at that. I used to do that all the time, and then I kind of stopped because it's just I'm trying to focus on everything. I don't know, my
Slacker.
eyesight going out. Yeah, I'm slacking. Man, see, the problem is this. Any problem we have, whether it's child trafficking or veterans issues, there are so many groups that are formed and they compete against each other. And ultimately, they rarely help solve any of the issues. That's true.
And then Tiger.
Big problem is so many of the charities use most of the money for administrative costs. The actual charity doesn't receive but a small percentage of the donations. Exactly, because they glorify. Matter of fact, I used to work for TRW, and that's actually what put them out of business, was the same type of mentality. Success, and because success in the field was doing so good, and the main office had decided to build this big fancy atrium type building, the local office said, well, hell, we're rolling in. We're making good bank, man. We got the jobs. And so they proceeded to build something that wasn't needed. And it ended up basically then the bigger version of TRW that's still in existence goes, man, y'all are kind of too much of a cost sponge. We're going to kick this division loose because you start to, it's kind of like the hero syndrome thing. People go in to help and they mean well, but then that shit can affect people's brain. You start getting enough people up there patting you on the back going, what an awesome job you did. Next thing you know, you went from kind of going, oh, it's no big deal, to kind of standing there with a bigger smile on your face and your chest kind of out a little bit more going, thank you, thank you. And it sounds a little bit more bold and stern and clearer with the thanks. It's like, wow, that's kind of funny. That was a change in a personality. Oh, it's because you're kind of accepting this hero status now.
Right.
you went from that, oh no, it's not a big deal. Don't worry. No, it's man, this is just whatever. And then all of a sudden, you notice a person with these interviews and they're more confident and they're loud and they're more stern, and then they're standing up and they're like, oh no, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. It's not a big deal. Oh, well, that's what a strange. Next thing you know, that's why I said the organization that was raising $1,000 or something for somebody changes when all of a sudden they now have 350,000 in the account.
Yeah.
Now it's like, man, do I really need to run down and have to go buy those stamps? And you know what? Let me go ahead and get this self thing here. And well, that's going to cost us $150. It's okay. Well,
Right.
man, I don't think I'm going to lick all these damn envelopes. Well, hell, we'll get somebody in here and we'll pay them and then they can lick all them envelopes. Oh, next, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, yeah.
It's a
Integrity,
tricky
man.
situation. Man, people manage to screw up anything.
People suck. Sorry,
Yep.
not bad, but
I mean, this is where we're in agreement. I mean, it's really hard. You have to fight against it. I mean, I talk about not taking on a victim mentality, and I've caught myself doing it multiple times.
hey, morning, Miss Jane.
Hey, Jane. Greta up there had said something about, I heard Tim Ballard wasn't what he seems to be. I've heard that too. And to be honest, I'm on the fence. Maybe he isn't what he seems to be. If he isn't, he still managed to do something that was good. I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's basically my take on that,
That's kind of what I go with, because there is something to be said about, see, because the timing of events gets me too.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like an intentional attack on him in a way, because
well, yeah, he was
like
attacked big time.
Well, this movie
like,
had been out for years before, as far as written, and had there was footage to it, and it had been known about. He had done one even before that one, and there was nothing on the radar until finally that group got the rights to do that movie from Disney.
Yeah.
And it's like, we got that rights, we're going to produce it. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, look how bad he is. Look at this producer. Look at this mob guy that gave him money. Look at the, and it's like, well, wait a minute. You ain't said shit in like 6 or 8 years. You sat on the movie and didn't say nothing about him with the other movie he released. Now, so I start to kind of, and then I just kind of resolve, like you said, it's like, hey, some good came out of this, rather.
I take everything with a grain of salt, honestly. I do. Even stuff from our side of the table, Like, honestly, a lot of people fall for crap nonstop. If you don't think there's some kind of psychological warfare going on out there, not just on the other side, but on our side, then you're missing the fact that we all have blinders on. Stumbling over my words. Sorry.
He said, that's why I check administrative cost versus amount used to help the group. St. Jude's and Salvation Army are two of the best. I believe in St. Jude's. Around here, we do barbecues, and that's one of the main.
I've even heard them attacked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you hear about it. You know what, Rescue? People could come and attack you. Like, you're just in this for blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I have been. I get emails, well, not so much on the accusing side like that. Now I just get basically told how I'm in a subtle way, I'm stupid. I just don't know. I keep waiting for the email that tells me I'm illiterate. But
that's sweet.
And that's what gets me. That's emails. And actually, that's why I made it a point to comment on hutches and natives, because I say things, and I know that there's people that don't understand sometimes. What the fuck is Rescue talking about? Pardon my French. I know it's early. I don't know that. See, I need to go back to trying to straighten that up. But anyway.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, my headphones just died. I didn't know if I have to go out and come back. I heard that though. Yeah, hold on.
That was you.
And I hate it when I choke on my spit. Um, I only saw part of Native's thing last night. I had to stop because I was having to deal with something. But yeah, they have great conversations.
Well, it was
And,
the way that they talked, and it was like right out the gate. They were talking, and then Hutch says, "Well, let's do a poll,
mhm.
real quick, and who believes the moon landing was real and who not." And of course, chat does more than just a yes or no. There's like, you got to be stupid to think that, and there's all kinds of weird comments. But between them, you're watching them, and literally Native is like, "Yeah, you know, there's a good part of that I believe in." And then you got Hutch going, "Eh." But what really got me, because this is what I've run into, and this is the problem I've had up here, is people end up using, and I see, because, man, you know what? You call me a name, that's one thing. When you try some little backdoor, slick, little sly way to do some smart ass thing, you usually get a different response from me, because I realize the effort you're putting into it, and I'm going to return the effort in kind. And that's why I've ended up with some of these confrontations up here and some of these heated things, because it's the choice of words. And see, that was a civil conversation. You don't have to agree. It's like me and you, we can sit here and talk about it. And I go, well, no, I think it's real. Maybe I saw this and I saw this. And if your response is, well, I get that, Rescue. I didn't see any of that. And I kind of wonder about this. Well, see, it's the way you just approached me. But when you come back at me and you say, well, that's because you just don't know. Well, you're saying I'm stupid.
Right.
You're just doing it in a quiet way. And so, well, if you're going to put that much effort into insulting me, let me put that much effort into responding. And then, of course, then you become that guy. And it's because, see, most people miss that little sarcastic side comment. They just see my bluntness in the return. And so all of a sudden, Rescue's the asshole.
And it can spin out of control too. Like, because as soon as people start insulting one another without it being like playful, because I insult you all the freaking time, but
it's a joke.
It's a joke. Yeah. And we know that. I mean, maybe some people wouldn't know it, but when people devolve into insulting, I start laughing, because it's like, okay, conversation's gone. Like, we're not getting anywhere. There's no mutual respect anymore. So we can't even have this conversation. I actually do that in real life too. If somebody's like in arguments that I've had with my husband, if he ever devolves into that mode, I just look at him and say, conversation over, and walk away. I used to get pissy back.
Right.
And it's not like he's the only person who's ever insulted, because I definitely have done that too. Like, let's own up to it, right? But once that happens, the conversation just doesn't go anywhere,
Well, because and I've had it. I mean, it's, I've had people, because it's like, dude, if I'm willing to listen to anybody of why, like, that isn't real, the moon landing. Okay, fine. Well, what have you got? But I'm a factual kind of guy. And it's not that, oh, I'm some kind of astrology expert or some, astronomer person. No, but you got to explain things. And I don't mean this insulted the way I say this, but I guess if I feel like my knowledge level is right here, then I need to at least hear a level of response to that, instead of just repetitive quotes of something, or show me where you're tying this in. Like, show me the tie-in, instead of just, well, this thumbnail. Well, look at this one. Look at this guy said. And it's like, well, no, wait, show me how you're tying that in. Let me understand where you're coming from. You see what I'm saying?
Or even think about what they learned. People hear something, but you have to put some concept behind it. Like, that's why I kind of, that YouTube channel, the Y Files. Native put a clip up from that. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, I watch the Wi-Fi show all the time. I watched it last night, actually this morning.
I like the way that he approaches things, because he talks about the most fantastical things, right? But then
yeah, man, he describes it like a movie script at the beginning, and you're like, what? Bigfoot did what? And then at the end, it's like, okay, now Bob didn't really work here. Bob really wasn't a general here, and I love how it's, but yeah, I love the
But it's
comparison.
like he's having a respectful conversation with himself too,
Right.
because he'll debunk it, but there are some things where he debunked it and I was like, but what about, and that kind of thing. I love looking at all those different things, like, because as soon as you write something off as not a possibility, you've lost all creative thought, logical thought, reasoning maybe. I mean, there are so many things that are unknown that to assume that you know everything is folly too. But it's also folly to fall for everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like my brain goes all kinds of different directions.
Well, I guess that's where, because I've always been, and I don't know how to say it, doesn't sound.
Are you going to be arrogant now?
Well, I
I'm
just
just messing with you.
see, that's one thing I've been learning, over this past year has really shown me things as sometimes, I used to think it was just a text conversation because you can't translate your
Mhm.
emotion through text. It's just, letters. So it's in whoever's receiving it and what kind of day they're having. But one thing YouTube has taught me, visual and verbal, it doesn't really make that much difference. I think there's something about the actual physical presence of
Mhm.
being within the airspace of somebody that then makes things matter, because you can say something directly, look into the camera and say, I don't mean this, blah, 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 blah. And I'll be damned if I don't end up with an email within a week that'll be like, and you did this. And it was like, I'm sorry. Are we having a Trump moment? Did you not rewind the video about 10 more seconds before to realize that I said that, okay, I don't mean it this way? So no matter what you look in a camera and say, there's still always, there is a percentage it won't matter.
Yeah.
But no, it's like when it comes to that, I'm okay with questioning and I understand the doubt, but sometimes I feel like you can't like, I used to enjoy the conversations because I'm a creative thinker. I like to think outside the box because I believe that people can do whatever they put their mind to. You just have to think of a way to do that. It's not that it's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Let's just figure out how we need to do that. And I grew up that way. So I'm always a thinker. And that's why I've really gotten into, Bermuda Triangle, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot stuff, the Mayan stuff. Because I like exploring. What
Right.
I don't like anymore is like what History Channel does. And it's that, wow, we found this bone. This bone belongs to
A giant.
Bob Fuckaroris, and they lived in mobs of 75, and they hunted in packs of 10, and they always hunted 3 foot and tall prey, and the prey that they hunted always had blue eyes. And it's like, yo, motherfucker, you found a bone in the dirt. What are you doing? Writing a movie script? And that's what it's kind of become. Well, then I sit here, and no offense to anybody. So, I said, what I'm coming out of my mouth is not personal to anybody. So if you take it that way, the fucking shit's on you. But I hear so much of this in YouTube, and it's like one little thing. And then, but there's a narrative story written behind this instead of just the simple that, hey, the forestry, it consists of these type of trees and this type of vegetation. This is the animals we see around now. We found this bone and we've done some testing, and this looks like it's a femur bone out of a mammal that was, standing up and pulling out some of the marrow. We think that it looks like they probably are mainly a vegetarian, but there's no think for yourself talk anymore. Everything is so factual. I found this. This is what it all means. That's that. And it's like, what? No, 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 no. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Right. Well, I think a
What's
lot
up,
of
Faith?
people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conjecture, but, I think a lot of people, they'll use conj people read it as fact, or they read it as fact. And the thing is that you need to question it, right? You have to be open to questions. Or like there's a channel Metatron. Are you familiar with him?
Metatron. No, I don't think so.
He's like linguistics. He's really into medieval armor and history.
Oh, I think I might have heard of. I haven't checked him out, but I heard about him. I think through like Fat Electrician or one of them.
Maybe like he's his voice, his cadence of speech. You can't 2x it, or at least I can't. I can 2x anybody, but I can't 2x him. But he has things where he points out because people start being non-factual, and he tries to go from an evidence-based approach, and then everything else is open to interpretation. But he will point out where people, like for example, in the Garden of Eden, right? It was an apple, right? Well, when it was translated, it never said apple. It was fruit, right? And people can take that literally, or as symbolism, that kind of thing. But the reason that they translated it that way was apples were their primary fruit that they would eat, and to them fruit meant apple, and that's how the freaking apple came about. Same with a curved bone. The literal translation is curved bone. That doesn't mean rib. We have other curved bones. And in fact, one of them is the iliac crest in your hip, which actually has high marrow density. You can pull DNA, stem cells, and such from that. So he left all of the rest of that up to interpretation, but he pointed out that there were discrepancies in some of the translation. I like that kind of thought process when it comes to things like that. Also, just remembering that we don't know. Well, we don't know, right?
So he goes through all that and kind of and shows, the coming about of that.
Yeah, he explains the literal translation.
So what's the channel name?
Metatron.
I'm gonna look him up because see, I dig that kind of stuff. That's what I'm talking about because that's the way I see the world. I don't see it so factual that a lot of people see. And well, no, they said this back then and they meant this and this and that. Oh man, I see things as so descriptive. That's hell. I see people right now see Elon Musk launch some startling shit. Next thing you know, it's an invasion of UFOs. I mean, and it's like, no, all you have to do is look up the site. He launched it and it went up there and they follow it. So you can see how that happens even to this day. And you think, you go back then, how do people describe things? You can only imagine, dude, they just reached into their deepest imagination when they saw something so impressive of something. I don't know how to explain this.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that somebody thinks like that, because that's, to me, is.
Yeah, Lady Smith, she knows who I'm talking about. I didn't realize that Metatron was the name of an angel. He has
Now, is his channel, is it got like a pattern kind of logo looking thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it then.
Now, sometimes he gets really pissed off with people who cut on him a little bit, and he's like, look, I'm just bringing the factual stuff, evidence-based, linguistics-based. He's clearly intelligent, but he doesn't push stuff on people. Like he did one on angels, he did one on demons, but like talking about the descriptive nature, it was really interesting. I mean, it doesn't mean that I believe everything that he says necessarily, but I like the way that he goes through things.
I like the open perspective sound of it.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's how I can dig. That's where, I don't know. I've been accused of not being talkable. And
pliable.
Oh, over the Bible, over the moon, over the government stuff. I apparently am not. I'm closed-minded. I've been called closed-minded.
But let that get to you. I mean, fuck it.
Oh no, it doesn't get to me. That's why actually, and I told somebody once before, and I'll say it out to everybody now. And then I think I said this on a stream, trying to let people know. Like I said a while ago, sometimes you might hear me say something, and you're like going, "I have no idea what the hell he's even talking about. What the hell does that have to do?" That's because, trust me, and it won't be the last day. And I'll tell you that up front. I never respond to any email the very next day or that day. I intentionally make a time gap. There's no way you're going to be able to match anything that anybody ever said or to an email that then I'll get later. And I do it on purpose that way. And just like I never disclose who sends me what email unless you literally type in that email going, "You can share this rescue." I'm not going to do it.
I take that back. I have gotten a series of emails from somebody once who, wow, it was wild. I was sitting back going, "What in the fuck, man?" But sorry, that just made me remember that. Look at Yankee and Huck. They're like a couple of troublemakers.
Because it's like talking stuff and getting somebody's viewpoint. And I see it. I'm going to say that here's okay, like this. If I go, "Milton, what's your view on, you know, I don't know, the book of James in the King James Bible, I mean, you got any thought on that?" Here's what I want. When I'm asking that, and I'm only using you for a reference point because I know you can take this, you won't single this out. But for anybody listening, so when I ask that question, what I want is I want your take. What's in your head? And how did you get where you're at in your thought? I don't want you to give me a chain of fucking thumbnails and some YouTube BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble videos to go, "That said it's wrong. That said it's wrong." Tell me about you. Where are you thinking from? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I think the moon landing is right because NASA told me so. I'm going to talk about my personal experience. Growing up, this landing pad, my mother meeting these people, going to this part or seeing these people talk, watching this. I can talk about that stuff. I want to hear your personal take on it, not, "Well, this guy says that's bullshit. This guy says he recorded that girl, saying this." And no, talk to me.
Right.
Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. I actually, believe it or not, I learned this from a liberal. Believe it or not. All right, so it was a really good friend of mine, and he grew up just like us, but when he was 18, 19, something like that, he got into a head-on collision. Shame. He got into a head-on collision, and it actually damaged his brain. What ended up happening was the guy who was coming the other direction had a heart attack and just slammed him, both of them going 55, 60 miles an hour. So it was a bad, bad wreck, but his brain got messed up. Like he couldn't regulate his eating or sleeping or whatever. And he was literally a genius before that, had been tested and everything. And then afterwards, his thought processes really did change, but he could still have a great conversation. And like his uncle was agnostic, so we'd have conversations late into the night because we were all friends. But I learned how to listen to another viewpoint without taking it personally and to hear them out, because you can find common ground with just about anybody and you can have a reasonable conversation. If somebody devolves into name calling and insults, that doesn't make any sense. But just having the ability to hear something that you disagree with and not lose your shit generally is like a good thing, There are some things that I won't tolerate, and I've just drawn a line with, like pedophilia. Bad. There's no way you can convince me that that's okay.
Yeah, there's no justifiable anything.
Like fuck maps. Like it not a thing. Nope.
Right.
But
No, see, because that's what I'd like to have is I kind of felt like started out when I first started doing this, it kind of felt that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think one, I was unknown, and so I didn't get the intentional. I mean, hey, what's up, Pilgrim? Morning, sir.
Hey.
And people were more open, and I was kind of just, I was doled out. I was kind of coming up out the muck, so more open. But then it was because I gotta say, I can roll with you cussing me out and calling me names way easier than when you start cheap shots. When you do cheap shots, it has a tendency to get my undivided attention because I don't, that's cowardly shit to me, and I don't mean that in a joking way. I'm talking about the people that mean it sarcastically, and they're in a negative direction. So,
Right. No.
and it kind of started that way. Well, see, then that caused, I think, some separation, and then I just kind of, it's like I brought up before. I just kind of came up out the muck, and there's some things I know just aren't me, and it's like I don't want to. I'm not going to be talked down to. If we're going to have an intelligent conversation, then we can do that.
Well, if you
And
want to intelligent conversation, speak intelligently. You don't have to resort to, cheap shots or insults. Although, I mean, quite honestly, there are people sometimes like the one guy that I got pissed off with that I didn't hold back. I mean, but I was giving him a smackdown for doing something that I thought was wrong. So yeah, maybe I need to practice what I preach. But
well, no, I think you're a very polite person, and I think you're very open, and I think because see, I don't know, man. And the only way I would know to really narrow it down, it would almost then be singling people out, because if you say certain things, then it kind of starts to then single up people, and I don't want to do that.
Right.
It's kind of a behavioral thing, but you can just watch the rhetoric, and you never come off that way, even on stuff that you don't agree with. And matter of fact, you're more prone to just kind of tap out and leave before you get engaged, unless it's some particular topics that bring out your passionate side, and it's like, nope, there's no give on this, here's where we are, bam.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not. No, there's people that, and they do these roundabout ways. It's like, oh, no, I hear what you're saying, Milkmaid, but then there's people that have really, they take the time to really research this and learn stuff, and so they know. Well, see, to me, when I hear that I'm kind of going to start to squint my eyes, and I'm waiting for the next one now, because now you've got my attention. Was that a sarcastic little jab? Were you doing some little roundabout, you're too stupid to do research? Or am I reading into it too much? And that's why I usually let the person lead the conversation. But when you kind of come at it again, oh, so you're an arrogant prick that thinks you know everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you have a different viewpoint. And see, I would take that because it's like I try to remind people, me and D-Dog have been talking about this the past couple of times, because it's like with taxes, so much conversation over taxes.
All right.
And it gets this universal tax hate going. And so you end up on the froth on the top of the conversation. Well, it's like with me and D-Dog talked, and then he goes, man, you know what? I never knew people voted for their fucking tax assessors. And I'm like, shit, I didn't know people didn't vote for their tax assessors. Until all of a sudden somebody from Michigan is talking to somebody in Texas. And I go, yeah, down in our county, we vote for our tax assessor. So, and when you're in a small enough county, the girl you went to school with, 20 years ago is now running over your taxes. So you can kind of meet her at the one Walmart you got going, yo, what are you doing?
Right.
That has an impact versus when you're in a state that doesn't allow you to vote for your tax assessor and you get no say in who that is. Oh, because it's just, but see, if you don't have a good dialogue and a conversation, you don't find out any of that. Next thing you know, you got one person screaming. Like me, I would sit here and I'd laugh and tell people, well, I don't know. I don't mind paying mine because they come and dig my ditches out and they smooth my roads when I need it. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't have all that. Well, see, it took me a minute to learn to kind of go, okay, slow on. So you don't vote for your tax assessor? You don't have no say in that? No, what? Now let's get down to this is serious conversation to me.
Right.
We can just talk about IRS hate and we can talk about tax hate. Let's get down to some meat on the bone.
Well, it's a milk versus a meat conversation. I mean, I see people doing that all the time. A particular favorite of mine is the whole "all cops are bad."
Yes.
I generally will actually walk away from that conversation unless I think that the person is able to. They can have their opinions. I have my opinion as well, and we agree on different points. If the person is reasonable, then I can have that conversation. If they are just passionate and don't want to hear anything other than their already decided thing, then what's the point in having the conversation? I won't bother. I will walk away or rage quit, like Monty said. But it's not really rage quitting. It's like, yeah, okay.
Right, Faith? Faith says there are some people that dig deep on certain things that interest them, but that doesn't make me stupid if I didn't do the same digging, just saying, right. See, and that's, but you get people that it's like so much of the conversation gets to where it's like, you're not talking anymore. It's like once you started, it's almost like you're getting felt out. Like, so do you believe this? Do you believe this? Do you believe this? Now, for the next however long, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, whatever, the conversation's not a conversation anymore. We're not conversing. You're now going to lecture me in how wrong I am.
Right.
And if you listen, you'll see and hear that. There's no back and forth. Like what you saw with Hutch and Native last night. That was a back and forth. That's just like, hey, I'm going to throw this out there, throw this out there. You watch some of these others. Somebody will say something and the other person doesn't agree. And instead of just being like, I don't see that. No, you're going to start hearing, I'm going to convince you how you're wrong.
Right.
And it's like, well, I didn't really think I needed schooling,
Well, it's people. I mean,
I know. See, and this is why I say people suck.
Right. Sorry. Let me mute myself. I'm putting wood on the fire.
This sounds very much like the Most and Bailey argument. Oh, Twisted. Hope everyone is making it a great day. Hey, Twisted Lady. It's good to see y'all.
Twisted Lady. Cornucopia.
I remember the Monopoly Man had a monocle. Yeah, see, I'm going to look into that because I don't know. I could have something.
The Mandela effect?
Yeah, I think that's what they were talking about.
I saw that.
But see, I will say now, here's the thing, though. Some of that, I wonder if it's a Mandela, because like Mickey Mouse, what was it? Mickey Mouse, Popeye, Goofy, I think Pluto. There's quite a few characters that the image changed. Oh, Superman, Thor. They changed from the original drawings and they started to morph over the years. And I kind of look at it as then the artist and got better and the techniques discovered and got better, that then they became different. Because I want to say there's something about that. I'll have to look that up. I'm going to try to dig around here and see if I find something. I know I'll find something.
Wasn't one of them like in Star Wars with Luke, I am your father, or something along those lines?
Yeah, one's with the Darth Vader.
Mm-hmm.
Luke, I'm your father. And I don't forget I think it's supposed to be something else.
Right. I looked into it at one point. I mean, it was interesting. I have diverse interests, but I didn't fall into that rabbit hole too hard.
But see, I will say it's just like in the movies. There's people see things, and I guess I've always viewed it as because I remember like with programming and the software, as the computers come out, programming and software came about in like games and stuff, you would place what were called Easter eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And those were designed, and they were, sometimes it depends on what they were put in for. Some would be put in for only the hardcore players, like the ones you know that are fixing to go through this from top to bottom, left to right. You know, every angle, they're covering everything, and you'd put the one little thing because it gives them bragging rights. Oh, they just the bam. And then there were some that were marketing because they just made them more easier to find because they just wanted people to go and play more so that they would find the Easter eggs. Well, I kind of got to thinking a long time ago too, because I remember a movie called 3 Men and a Baby.
Oh, I remember that movie.
And in that movie, there is a scene where I think it's Danson comes walking in the apartment, and as he walks by the sitting room part, there is an image of a boy between the curtain and the window.
What?
And it became talk about, and it is there. You can see it. And that was it's on the VHS side. It was,
I'm gonna have to look this up now. You know that, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. But see, this is the one that got me in that, because at first, man, it took off and people would talk about that. And man, people went and they rented that movie. They went and backward. Yeah, it's there. Check that shit out. You see that figure. Well, it got kind of talked about, and people would talk about, oh man, look, the gap there. You can't stand there. Look, they've shown this. You can't stand. But then I kind of got to thinking on the software side of things. What if that's like a Hollywood Easter egg? It's kind of like those little things in the movie to just make people, if they're watching, it'll make them go, oh, wow, did you see that? I mean, when you think about it, how many people probably went and re-rented that movie back in the Blockbuster days just to go find that thing again?
What wasn't it? Was it Fight Club where I forgive me because this is such a vague memory of mine, but they had like like the old scroll films for movie theaters and stuff like that, and they would splice in little just minute dirty film things in them. Somebody has to know what I'm talking about.
I feel for you, Twisted Lady. And yeah, Twisted was telling us about that. Sorry to hear that.
Oh, yeah.
Tiger says, yes, he goes by once and there's a little boy, and the next time there's a rifle or shotgun in the same spot. Yeah. And then there was a story behind that, apparently, that a kid had not alive anymore at that location. So it caused interest in the story,
Ah.
Right, Faith? The Blockbuster days, Friday nights. Going to rent a movie. What? Yeah, we're going to rent a movie.
Man, and we would stand there for a freaking hour while everybody was.
Yes, this sounds good. Look at. That's when you used to get so pissed off because some artist would make a cover look so badass, and you would get home and the movie would be so cheesy. You'd go, "You lying bastards!"
Right. We were teens. We had a group of friends, and we would go to pick out a movie to watch together, and we would spend like a freaking hour in there. And finally, my friend Lydia and I put together a list. So every time somebody brought up a movie that they wanted to see, we'd put it on the list, and I carried it around in my purse. And every time we go to Blockbuster, I'm like, look, guys, we can be out of here in 5 minutes. I'm such a dude sometimes, I think. But I'm like, we can be out of here in 5 minutes. Just pick one from the list. Close your eyes and point.
Well, thank you, Twisted Lady. I was a bigger nightmare for Twisted than what she was going through, so she was using me to battle the other one. Now, hopefully it was enjoyable. I try to bring humor. I don't try to be no Debbie Downer, but
you do a good job. Don't tell anybody I said that.
That's okay. I still don't believe it, and I heard it. Hey, what's up, D-Dog?
Hey, D-Dog. I'm going to have to go here in a little bit. I just looked at the time.
So what are they talking about, the Fight Club thing? How they didn't say this one time what happens at Fight Club? Where did they go?
With the cigarette. Okay, so Pilgrim, I wasn't crazy. It was in that one, right?
Yeah, that's in Fight Club with the cigarette burns on the film.
I knew that memory came from somewhere. I swear, my brain these days, it's a little scary.
Oh, you're just now catching up with the rest of us.
I'll be like, what's that word? Like earlier, talking about Grumpy's game, totally went on like complete blank. Or you asking about, you were talking to Hutch, I was listening, but you were talking about when people are trying out for a movie role,
Oh, yeah.
and instantly I forgot what the word was. And I was like, what is that word? And I was trying and finally Hutch said audition, and I was like, yes, thank you. Like, why did I not remember that?
That happens to me. Yep.
No, Monty. No, I don't.
But I will say I got brain damage, so I have a legitimate excuse.
Well, I used to joke that each child takes about 50% of your brain, so I'm at a 50% deficit at this point.
Well, wow, that's really low considering I think only like 50 years ago they determined we only used 10% of what we had then.
Right? I'm
And that
like
was 50
lizard
years ago.
brain. Lizard brain level at this point. Reptile brain. What do they call it?
Well, yeah, reptilian brain.
Mm-hmm. Rabid? Well, do you think pigs would eat those?
Why you gotta hate on Reese's popcorn?
Who the hell that's even worse than Reese's. Like, now we're like bastardizing popcorn.
Hey. So I've got my own treat. So when my teeth get better, I got my cocaine checks.
Are those the chocolate with the peanut butter and the powdered sugar?
I have no idea because I can't eat them yet, but I just call them cocaine checks because
Or
they
snack
got white
crack?
sugar powder all over it. It looks like checks in there. But
Snack crack sounds wrong.
all I know is they look really good. And I can't wait till I can chow down on them.
Rabbit, I'll have to ask her. I want her to show more pictures of the calf. Or like some videos. I need a calf fix.
I'll try one. Yeah. I'll try two.
Little boopsie daisy.
Ooh, I'm going to walk out on a limb here in a little bit.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, she just came. She goes, hey, do you want to try a biscuit? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, what about sausage? And I'm like, can I picture? I don't know. Yeah, what the hell? I'll try it.
I mean, who doesn't love sausage?
Well, you know what? Because I will say this, and I'm sure there'll be people like, oh my God. And it's like, yeah, well, you know what? I'm still here, so can't say it don't work. But you get in there and you start to try to mush, and if it doesn't mush, you just swallow the damn thing and get it over with because your stomach will process it once it gets down there, but at least you get to feel full for a little while.
Right.
Puppy mix. Okay.
Sounds good, D-Dog. Okay, I just got sent a picture of the Reese's popcorn. What in the heck?
See, and you probably like it, don't you?
No, it's wrong.
Dog says I have 3 batches of bean soup, simmering, ham, sausage, and lamb, 50 quarts when done. What? Look at you, man. Faith, make it a great day and have a happy new year.
Later,
we'll see you
Faith.
on the flip side. Betty said soup beans with cornbread sound yummy, right?
Sorry, Monique's cracking me up. Man, now I'm hungry.
Right.
I want to make a whole bunch of meals and freeze them up because I have a little bit more freezer space now. We finally got a little bit of room in there. I need to can more too. There are some younger, like single guys, whatever, in these gun groups that are completely lost on how to can. And I told them I'd show them how to do it at some point. Or maybe just get Ghost to do it. No, Rabbit, I don't want your popcorn. Are
He's
you
going
there?
to go pawning off the task.
Hmm?
I said, you're just going to go pawning off the task. See, you started out with, I need to show those guys. And it's like you took a breath and went, I'll get Ghost to do it. Just that quick, all of a sudden, just jump ship.
Well, I mean, he's the master canner. I was
but
just a
you're
sidekick.
But that's, you start. The newbies shouldn't have direct access to the master. They should have to come through the lead student first.
Yeah. I'm proud of these young guys, though. They're learning. They're like realizing that it's not just all about guns and gear and cool guy shit.
Yeah, there's kind of more that makes the world go round. And that's me. I guess maybe that's on my take. It's like I'm okay if somebody were to come into my Minecraft server and take over the whole Minecraft server, and we have to take it back. I mean, but we just need to know how to do the infrastructure at the same time.
Yeah, people are not quite looking long term, I don't think. Not everybody, but a lot of people are not. And coming at it from a complete sense of not realistic as well. Later, Eric.
Later, Eric. Make it a great day, buddy. By the way, are you going to no, wait. Yeah, he couldn't go to the flea market. He has to wait like a month or so because he has to wait for a spot to open up. I'm actually fixing to probably be calling it myself. Okay. We're going to have this little bit, but then we're also going to get stuff because two of the grandkids are going to be showing up today. We're going to have our little Christmas thing. We got a few presents for them, and they're going to come.
Oh, I'll have fun.
So that ought to be cool.
Well, I'll let you go because I got to go. I'm sorry, Rabbit, that I hurt your last feeling.
He didn't really have one anyway. He just borrowed it from somebody.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking maybe that might be the case.
Hey, you know what, Milkmaid? I do. I love it so much when you come up. I enjoy the conversation.
Oh, thanks. I enjoy it too. Sorry it's been a while.
You're always welcome. So even if it's for 5 minutes, anytime you want, all you got to do is, send me the text and bam, you're always welcome.
Drive by streaming.
That's it.
All right. Well, everybody in chat, it was great seeing y'all. And I'm going to go work on the next thing.
Right on. Take care, Milky. Be safe today.
You too.
Have a happy New Year.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. Let's see. You got to listen to a little bit of background for just a moment. So here's this. Okay. Well, I tell you now, if I ever get into a surgical scenario and they can't fix that, I'm gonna tell them, well, by golly, need to install a colostomy bag. Because sometimes, you have fun with those little ones. You got it, deplorable. I know. Sorry, I was just scrolling that. I kind of had to. That was a quick one. I apologize, but shit just happens like that. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and call it because yeah, it's 9:15 around here. Been at it for 4 hours 15 minutes, and gonna go and try to get this biscuit down. I don't know, but then I'll get cleaned up and kind of make sure everything kind of looks cool. I think here in about a couple hours, I think the kids and grandkids ought to start show up. And that's going to be so cool. No, it's not D-Dog. It's 9:15. I get it. You want to be an hour ahead. It makes you feel like you're really ahead of the game. Appreciate you. Hey, guys, you know what? So, and I want to say this, too, because hell, there's 41 of y'all here. Because I probably won't be live this weekend. There might be, but we're going to go with say I ain't live this weekend. So then that means I'm going to see you on New Year's morning. So y'all have a happy New Year. If I don't see you, I hate to say this, so just take, whatever. Please don't go to no metropolitan areas for New Year's. And I'm not trying to put the fear into you. I'm just enjoy some time around the home place. Enjoy something around the local. That way you have it, and just be safe. Keep your head on a swivel. Because you just don't know. And I'd rather see y'all New Year's morning. And I appreciate y'all spending your day with me, starting the day. Hopefully y'all enjoyed some of the conversation. Hopefully you had a good time. I appreciate y'all. And with that, we're gonna take us on out. I can't wait for my grandkids to get here, man. That's gonna be some cool shit, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Hey, make the day a good day. Choice is yours. It always has been, always will be. Be the people. Your voice does matter. Remember that. Peace out, everybody. I'm glad you were here today. I'll see you soon. Happy New Year.
If I ain't here tomorrow, if the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Don't let life turn ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke. But a couple of tears don't make you weep. You're gonna find that girl got made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Make it a good day, guys. The choice is yours. Have a happy New Year. Kind of bring a smile to somebody's face. Try to help everybody around you have a good day today. Show them. Be an example.
Keep the shotgun in the family. Raise your babies by the book. And keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hope somebody smiles. Know you're positive. Have a day. You got grandbabies, huh? You got little ones? Love them. Take care of y'all. Peace.